consent agenda, can you circle G, H, and I? We're going to vote on those separately.
Number 6.
Resolution number 2, G, H, and I. Huh?
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
J, you said J?
G, H, and I. And then for the committee updates, I'm gonna move the presentation by the review and the presentation by the American News to the beginning of the committee updates. All right, I'm gonna say it again when we start the meeting, but I just want you to. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm going to start by calling everyone to order. Mr. Chowdhury.
Present.
Ms. Hall.
Present.
Mr. Obey.
Present.
Ms. Watson. Mr. Major. Ms. Ayash.
Here.
And I am present. We have a quorum. Can we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, before we accept the agenda, there's a couple changes on here that we will be making. For the committee updates, we're moving the presentations by the review and the Yemeni American News to the top, so they'll be presenting first. And for consent agenda resolution number 2, we are going to be voting separately on items G, H, and I. All right, resolution number 1, acceptance of agenda. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Obey,
Shaukat.
seconded by Mr. Chowdhury. Resolved that upon the recommendations of the superintendent, the Board of Education accepts and approves the agenda with any additions or deletions. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we have audience participations. So this portion of the agenda is for citizens to address agenda items only to the board. The board will listen, take comments, and question under advisement and not respond at this time. The preceding officer will refer questions to the superintendent for research and response. So I got 2 here. Let's start with Ms. Coral.
Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday.
Let me start my timer. Sorry.
Okay, well, the board has chosen to take what I have a question about and vote on it separately because I do have a question. Last board meeting, somebody was hired as the EL homeschool coordinating specialist for $50,000. And today they're on the agenda for climate and culture, which was supposed to be a Horizon position. I want to point out that that is a specific Horizon position for $66,000. I have lots of questions about that. I'm not going to bring them all up here because I don't think that's appropriate, but are we doing 2 full-time jobs? Where's the resignation? I know the other candidate, and I'm sure, this is a lovely person, I'm sure, but I smell smoke. I don't like it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Teresa Comer.
Is Therese Comer, but is that related to the agenda?
It's not.
Can I go after?
Oh, yes, okay, thank you. All right, moving on. We're going to start with the committee updates. First, we're going to have the review representative. Can you please start your presentation?
Hello. Good evening. John Ulay, Hamtramck Review here, publisher. I guess when I was at the meeting a couple weeks ago, they postponed it for a meeting tonight, so I'm here to give a presentation of why the Hamtramck Review is very important and an intrinsic value to the community here. It's been a paper
for the past 14 years, a paper of record, and I'm sure that it's been emailed to you, all the bullet points here that covers the most important factors here. So I want to say that it's a paper of record for the city of Hamtramck, and it's been supported. We supported numerous fundraisers and various school elections and village campaigns, including the successful sinking fund that was badly needed by the district. At the time when the sinking fund, when there wasn't as much money tossed around as it is today to the government, to the federal government, Hamtramck was in a really desperate situation in the district, and the Hamtramck Review is a great facilitator in getting the message out. It was a great vehicle to draw that message across the community, and I think that we won by 25 votes. And it took major teamwork, effort, and the Hamtramck Review is the proverbial arm of the district here, and I think that it's a very important component to the overall institution here. And the paper of record gives credence to the city. Highland Park does not have a paper of record. Highland Park gets away with murder, corruption, crime. The Hamtramck Review is a paper that will expose any ethnic group, whether you're Polish, Yemeni, Bengali, Albanian, whatever. We're here as a mouthpiece for the truth, and we're here to show the people that we don't favor anyone. We just write the news as we see fit, and we back it up. And I know that people get upset about that, but the reality is we're not a rubber stamp paper. And I think that we owe it to every single resident in this city the truth. We owe them the truth. And we don't just sit there and spout off and spin the wheel behind the room and say, you know what, let's go after this person, that person.
Can I just
Yeah.
cut you off for a second? We're not here to talk about if you guys are like bashing or allegedly doing any of that stuff. We're here we have questions about what you have done for
Yeah, I was
this
just gonna get
district.
to that. Yeah, I was gonna explain that.
Okay.
I'm giving you an introduction of what we are,
Yeah.
what we do here. But most importantly, we play an important role in the district here. We were very instrumental in drawing a lot of students to college throughout numerous years in the past. COVID has set us back, and I think it's very important that, we participate in the sponsorship of robotics team. We participate in a scholarship program. We've given out thousands of dollars to students for their scholarships. And most importantly, during the pandemic, we have given out tens of thousands of dollars of ads to the district, covering the lunch programs, where the lunch located, where to seek to get the food there for all the destitute families here in the community. And we were basically, we did stories covering from 21 to 22 school year. It includes news stories, features, guest editorials by staff members, by the district staff members here, and others who were connected to the district. We also publish sports roundup as a bonus. And we do also the annual school issue here, June, published in English and Arabic, and also the Bangladeshi edition. It's a very important school edition which appeals to numerous students. Love the school edition, and I think it's very popular. And I want to say that we also give unlimited ad space for the school bell, which I believe Janice Gandelman puts all the upcoming events, everything that's needed there. That's an added bonus. So the review was instrumental in a success of a non-homestead, which failed. You had a lot of people campaign against it for the recreation renewal, and we were there to campaign, kind of not campaign for the school district, but there to help and aid the school district in their needs to drive the message home. And I think that it's very important that we do have a recreation department, and having that sinking fund, that staved off the inevitable, the bankruptcy of the school district. And right now, currently, I believe that the school district is building upon that. So now that they, with COVID being hit, we were there to, like I said, provide bonus ads in the tune of thousands of dollars to help aid the school district at no cost. We never passed on any cost increase, printing cost increase to a school district. We kept our prices fixed, And I think that, as a student of Hamtramck High School, a graduate of 1991, I have a lot of passion for this community, and I want to see the kids excel and graduate. And, that is the next future, and I think that we owe it to the future to make sure that some will come out as doctors that may operate on you one of these days, or scientists. So we are the paper that is, I think we provide such great service to the district. We can draw in students. Like I said, COVID did set us back, but advertising is, I think, is something that is very, that is a very smart move to keep doing, because you want to keep driving that message that with all the competitors out there, the private schools and charter schools, you're in a good position right here for us to support as a district, as Hamtramck High School. And I think that anything that is needed by the district, we are here for your assistance and help. And we appreciate all the business and for your loyalty and commitment to the Hamtramck Review newspaper. Do you have any questions?
Yep, I have. Go ahead.
John, can you clarify what the difference is in your paper between advertising space and just simply reporting stories? I don't think I understand the distinction based on what you explained.
The advertising is something that, you're honing one audience, you're honing one message. It is an isolated message that, this is what we're here for. We are here to enroll students. Please, we dedicate a quarter of a page, which appeals to that one, whoever the parents are. And the other ad space is covering various events. I mean, you can't just put 20 events in a quarter page ad, for an example, because you will confuse the message. And we want to make certain that we're not confusing the residents out there, that enrollment is critical, it is crucial, and that, ladies and gentlemen, I am dedicating this one ad space strictly for your undivided attention. And the category others covers various events and whatever functions that the school district has, and it's very effective. I mean, Janice Gandelman she did an outstanding job, feeding us the information of the school bell. And sometimes it takes up 3/4 of a page to a half a page, and we give them as much ad space as possible to accommodate the school district. We wouldn't do that for charter schools, absolutely not. But we do it for the Hamtramck School District because I am a product of the Hamtramck Public Schools, and I'm proud of it.
Right, John, but I think I'll reword it. So advertising space is space that someone pays the review to advertise whatever they'd like, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you distinguish between when you want the school to pay you for advertisements and when you just report on things like our championship volleyball, looked right at you when I said it, our championship basketball game, some of the recreation events? How do you distinguish between what you would like to charge as advertisements and what you are reporting simply as news? Because that's where
Yes.
with the proposal, that's where that gets lost in translation for me, because this whole proposal is essentially an ad, a whole thing for advertisements, which is fine, but where is the distinction between stories and paid time in our, like you said, paper of the city?
Well, yes, that's where we do our articles. We write about the community. We do articles every week. We cover the Cosmo teams, for an example. We
Okay,
cover.
sorry, so we're on the same page. So are those covered because you're reporting on the news, or are those covered because we're paying for advertising?
No, it's covered because you're reporting on news.
Okay.
We do news constantly. We're constantly covering the Hamtramck Public Schools. It's reinforcing, the school bell is a reinforcement of whatever coverage that we give, our weekly coverage to the school district. So it's not that, the school bell is covering this, so therefore we won't do stories. No, we do the stories as a primary coverage in our front page, and then the school bell has their own, like I mentioned earlier, it's very important to not confuse the readers out there, because isolating these articles and separating everything is very critical, because people have about a 90-second attention span, and the ad gets their attention instantly. It's very quick, it's less than 25 seconds to read an ad.
Sure, But where in the proposal between the two categories are you specifically discussing School Bell as an advertiser?
No, we're not, they're not advertising School Bell, we give it to them as a bonus. We give the School Bell all the ad space they need to cover any events that they have. So School Bell is a bonus, we donate that ad space to School Bell.
But it's
So
still
the
ad
ads-
space, correct?
Excuse me?
It's still ad space?
Yeah, we're donating that ad space as a bonus, because what we're doing is, sometimes, you know, you have 5 or 7 various events, okay? And you can't just have a newspaper dedicated strictly for the Hamtramck Public Schools. You're covering the local government of Hamtramck, you're covering the schools.
Yep.
So we give this added space, regardless if it's a quarter page, half a page, a full page, we will give the School Bell whatever coverage that they need to put in there, because it's a benefit for the school district and for the students, because, you know, having a great school district is important, because a strong educational institution will definitely keep the quality of life in this city. It maintains it. So that's why it's important that, you know, we reinforce that, you know, it's important to keep the Hamtramck Public Schools strong, because it is the anchor of the city, and it draws many, you know, parents here with children and all that stuff, and it's very attractive to have that.
Okay, I think I get it, so I'm gonna lean out for a little bit before I
Okay,
ask the
so-
questions, yeah.
I have 2 questions.
Sure.
How much, I read the review online, I do, every week. I never really see any kind of highlights, you know, for teachers or students or staff in general, like, you know, showing like, you know, student achievements or, you know, this or that. I don't see any of that in the paper. Also for the graduation paper, that seems to be taking up almost half of the cost. What's the reason that it's that expensive?
The reason why doing a special edition, let me fill you in with how the templates work here with the printing presses.
Mm-hmm.
Every time we do a separate newspaper, it's like doing a whole newspaper. You have to set up the template, run the presses. It's not like they can deviate from this template and add to that. It doesn't work like that. They have to set up the whole complete system process, and it's very expensive. Being a weekly newspaper is extremely expensive. I mean, you're looking at about $3,000 to $4,000 a week just in cost to run a newspaper, minimum. And when you do 3, it's like doing 3 newspapers in 1 week. That's triple the cost. And when you want to target an audience like the Bengalis or the Yemenis, you have to give them a special edition in their own language. And that's where the cost comes in play, that, you know, you cannot, and even the advertising that we have, our usual advertising, a lot of that's taken off. You know, we give you all the ad space that you need. And matter of fact, we encourage the administrators constantly, if you want to write to us or you have any covers, send us an email. You know, we're not omnipresent. We need people to defer, you know, to give us information, say, look, we're having this event, we're glad to cover that, we're excited. Sometimes we go out of our way to, you know, to prod the administrators and say, look, are you having this robotics thing, for an example? Because we want to write good stories about that district, you know, and I think that doing so is like, it's great. I mean, I'm honored to do that, you know. I want to see Hamtramck Public Schools succeed, but sometimes it falls to the wayside. It's, you know, people, you know, they'll sit there and, yeah, we'll send you the information, then they forget or something like that, or, you know, we're covering city events, and we're covering a multitudes of a lot of events in the city, you know, from the city to the school district to personal stuff. But I mean, I would be more than happy for the administrators to hit us every single week for news stories and say, hey, this particular student is incredible. This is her picture, this is her name, please send it to us. We want that desperately. You know, we seek to do such great stories, and this is where, this is where what's needed. I would love that. So just in the future, encourage that, you know.
And then for the guest editorials, when they're coming from the district, there should be something saying these views and opinions are not, you know, from the district or represents the district, something like that. Like the big newspapers, they have that, insert saying this, it's not, that this person's not talking on behalf of the district, or,
You know what, we can modify the title henceforth, and I'll definitely log it in and say do that, but when people put out letters, we've been doing it for the last 14 years, that
Mhm.
this is the guest editorial, these are the guest readers that read the paper, this is their opinion, so with the title saying guest editorial, we're assuming that they know it's a guest, but I would definitely change it if that makes, that would be fine with me, I'm for it, I'm all for it. I would be more than happy to do that, it's not a problem.
all right. Oh, Deja had a question.
When you said you want to see our students succeed, how so? How's the review helping our students succeed?
I'm sorry.
How is the review helping our students succeed? You said you want to see our students succeed.
How are the students
Succeeding with the review, yeah.
The review does not make students succeed, but the students basically succeed in a sense that they are engaged in the community, they are reading the local papers, they are reading, if they are concerned about the local affairs, and that makes a person, a student, very credible. It's incredible, like the student is involved, and that of itself speaks volume. If a student starts to learn to read the review, eventually they will excel to the Wall Street Journal, to the New York Times. These are the baby steps, these are building blocks that are very critical and important, because it all starts from the grassroots. And what's the grassroots? The Hamtramck Review. This is one block, and then they move on to the next block, and to the next, and next thing you know, they're reading the Wall Street Journal, which I do read the Wall Street Journal, I love the Wall Street Journal, but the New York Times they read all sorts of magazines and publications out there. But I think it's important to get the students' feet wet. And how do you do that? The local paper is the beginning of a great start.
Right, the way you say you want to get their feet wet. So have you ever come to the board and say, hey, you got some students into journalism, they can come over and maybe get extra credit for this?
Yeah, like I just repeated earlier, that if we can have the administrators engage us, as a matter of fact, students do come to the review. We do get students coming to the review and say, hey, they inquire, how do you guys do that, how do you do this? And we engage and we love the students, we have a lot of fun, they have a lot of energy, and, we encourage them, and they go, oh, that's pretty awesome, that's cool, and we get students coming in Hamtramck Review, we get them, well, it's not bad actually, come to think of it, I run into them constantly, they're coming in, hey, would you like to buy some candy bars? Or would you like to sponsor this ad, and we engage, and hey, we love, how's the review working, what does it take to set up shop, and, we engage for about an hour and have fun, so.
There's just 2 more from me, and then it's been 20 minutes, so I'll respect the time. John, how long has the review been advertising with the district? Do you have the?
14 years, since the
14
beginning of the
14 years?
paper.
And what has changed in this contract or in contracts past that have shown that there was an improvement? Because I
Well-
did get your results from the email that Chip sent, and I didn't see anything that clarified that, so I appreciated it.
Number one, it's the special editions, and the Hamtramck Reviews, the district is doing more advertising to draw in more students because of COVID. That set us back. But if we get that momentum going, and we continue on that momentum, it's going to bring in the students, and I think, Hamtramck's the district is in a perfect position right now, and they do have the selling point, the leverage, which is the stadium. And with the stadium involved, it takes, like I said, it takes this team effort, the major components. It takes the district, it takes the stadium, it takes the Hamtramck newspaper of record, and it takes all the involvement here as a team. And if we get involved as a team, we can make this district outstanding. And I think that it's very important that we continue on that road to success. I really do.
Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah.
It's not a question to review, it's just to clarify, we want to watch every penny we spend for this district. That's why we're asking questions, and we want to make sure every dollar we spend that give us benefit, for the district.
Like a true treasurer.
So that's all we're not against any newspaper or advertisement, but we are watching every dollar we spend.
Absolutely, and I'm 100% in agreement with you. That's been a great steward, and I appreciate that. I agree
Movement.
with you.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I agree with him 100%.
Okay.
That's been a great steward.
Yeah.
With the city's money, and I think that's very important, and I appreciate your role there.
Moving forward, I mean, I think in general as a board, we'd like to see more student highlights, you know, teacher highlights, you know, things that recognize our staff and students, you know, and not just every now and then, you know, weekly, little section that just like a spotlight for our staff or students, and you know, just more things that highlight what's going on in the district. The school bill I read every week, and it's just telling us of events and stuff. It's not telling us, you know, what's really happening in the schools. You know, the teachers. I'll have Mr. Naji send an email to the district to
That would
tell
be-
the teachers to
That
contact
would be
you.
wonderful.
Yeah.
Honestly, that would be excellent. We want that very bad. I mean, I'm looking forward to that because I'm excited to do the highlights. And I think not only is it good for the district, it's good for the paper, it's good for everyone as a community. And I want to exhibit the achievements of all teachers and their students, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm 100% in favor of that, and I will make sure I will implement that plan, like effectively, immediately. You can start Monday, you know?
And they will follow up and ask you. for the-
I will, I'll follow up, I'll have the writers follow up for sure, you know?
All right, and we got another.
Another comment is just for the board. We have to benefit from all the advertisements. So what we gain from these advertisements, is this advertisement is helping us or not? I'm not talking about only the review. Any advertisement we spend, we have to make sure that our districts benefit out of it. Is it giving us more students to our district? Is it tracking? Is it sending the message? Do we have to change the message? We can't have the same template every week or every, at least we have to change it. I think for the money we spending, we should get something and attract people to our district.
I think, well, that's what he brought up, showing the student achievements, Sal had it right, and, Nabil, the superintendent, he's going to give us that information, and I'll do the follow-up with you, I'll have the writers call you and stuff from that, and I want to exhibit that and showcase that for sure effectively,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you have any other questions? I'd be more happy to answer.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for coming. All right. Moving on, next up we have the presentation by the Yemeni American newspaper.
So I have an information packet if you guys would like a little bit of it, just kind of detailing some of the highlights of what we've done in the past and what we'd like to continue to do. You guys want some?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Oh,
Okay,
Joanne.
Simon Alba.
Gigi, just walk me.
6:42.
Joanne, you got 642 for Ms. Reagan? Okay.
Ready, right?
Go ahead and introduce yourself for those that don't know you.
So my name is Simon Alba. I'm sitting in for the publisher of the Yemeni American News, Rashid Al-Nazir. I work as kind of the community reporter in Hamtramck and a little bit in Dearborn and Detroit as well. And I'm just here to talk a little bit about what Yemeni American News does and what we like to continue to do for the district that we've done in the past. So I guess to start, we're a Metro Detroit paper, meaning we cover everything from the farthest corners of Dearborn to all the way over here. And what we try to do with our coverage is just put in the extra effort. We don't publish every week a print edition every week, but we try to put in the extra phone call, the extra, sources. And so what we end up with as a product of is strong storytelling with more consistent online coverage in both English and Arabic. So by the numbers, we have about 7,000 social media followers on Facebook, and I just crunched the numbers today, and 4,000 site visits over the last month, all of which is attention towards our advertising and towards our extra stories for the Hamtramck Public School District. So our print edition goes to 12 businesses in areas and institutions around Hamtramck, and it's hundreds of papers going out to, thousands of papers going out to Hamtramck, in addition to Dearborn and Detroit. So I wanted to talk a little bit about just kind of over the past month, we've done a couple things. One of which was a story on the new Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Justice Coordinator, where I reached out and we had a long conversation about what diversity, equity, and inclusion means, what it means for the district, and what is hopefully going to be accomplished with that position. And so that conversation, I think, taught me a little bit about how Hamtramck is trying to do, our Hamtramck Public Schools is trying to do best for its students. And so I hope I was able to communicate that in the story as well. And then of course we do, coverage on when there's, events like the Family Fun Fair that just happened yesterday, or guest columns, and even small events that happened over the summer is just some recent stuff that we did. So, over the past few years, we've been doing stories that both kind of focus on Hamtramck's vision for the district. For example, the millage bonds. So we tried to keep a focus on just the district story, covering it fairly and with balance, but just with a special focus on what the district needed. And as much as we wanted to see that succeed, it unfortunately didn't, but hopefully it was for the best in the end. And then, let me see. So how this relationship between Hamtramck Public Schools and the Many American News has been carried out so far has been, we depend on, or we oftentimes depend on Hamtramck to kind of feed us news tips. And so those news tips, we can't be everywhere, the news isn't omnipresent. So we depend on news tips to kind of guide our coverage. And so what we have done with these news tips is just prioritize them. We prioritize Hamtramck Public School coverage in order to make sure that you guys are getting the most pertinent value for what you're spending on us, and just trying to make sure that that we're doing you right, as well as, let me see. So we also have kind of an open tab for advertising. As John Olaj says, advertising and stories are different. So we do have an open tab on advertising in print edition in, I think online. And so that combination of both having advertising and having stories, I think, is a really powerful way of just kind of diversifying the message that Hamtramck Public Schools needs to tell. And then I think it's important to be transparent about where this money would end up going, which mainly, it goes towards the printing costs. It goes towards maintaining our workers in Hamtramck, Dearborn, and Yemen. And probably most importantly, it provides us with the opportunity to continue to prioritize coverage for the Hamtramck Public Schools and continue to tell the stories that matter most to honestly every community within Southeast Michigan. I mean, we're called the Many American News, but we try to tell stories that matter to everyone.
So I have a couple of questions.
Yeah.
All right. Let's start off with what you just said, why we're asking for 72. Okay. Why are we paying wages for workers in Yemen?
It just so happens that most of our translators for the Arabic section happen to be in Yemen.
In Yemen?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, okay. That's for the. How many pages are you dedicating to Hamtramck Public Schools since you're only a monthly newspaper and not a weekly newspaper?
So, I'd say with advertising, advertising is full page and then 2 to 3 stories, so 2 to 3 pages, full pages.
Full.
Yeah.
Do you highlight students or staff in your paper?
So what we've done recently has, like I said, there's the news tip situation where people will send us like guest columns, and so we've highlighted specifically. Sorry, I just had boost on.
So good.
Oh, I know. So specifically, there was one student who went from I believe Horizon Academy to I think Oakland University to study Japanese.
What page of your slide are you looking at?
Oh, I'm looking at the recent contributions continued, so that would be the fifth page.
Thank you, okay.
Yeah, and so we definitely highlighted, you know, that student, and then also in the past, you know, there's been, you know, unfortunately, stories where teachers have passed away, and we went to the events where I think that one, there was a tree planting in his memory, and so we made sure to both highlight that and feature it in our print edition.
Do you guys not provide any papers for the district itself? Let's say, for example, Hamtramck High School or?
We haven't, but I can definitely make sure we can.
Okay, because it would be good for the students and staff to have access to the paper. And then,
They do bring additional content at the administration that should be distributed.
are they being distributed?
That's a good question. During the summer, not as much as, but during the school year, they should be distributed. And Rich's team does a wonderful
papers.
job to ensure that they get to the
Both
buildings.
papers.
Both papers, matter of fact, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, any questions from, go ahead.
All right, so I'm looking at your contract, vastly different than the reviews, but monthly versus weekly papers, I guess, maybe that's a distinction. But, I understand the first column because professional, like, cinema, photo and video does cost a lot, so that makes sense to me. But if you don't, say we approve of your contract today, you were asking for money to sponsor 30 stories in 2 languages for us and website. If you don't meet those 30, do we have a clause in there to take some of that money back? I guess is my thing. I don't know if that's a treasurer question, but it's just.
I mean, you're paying for something, you should get what you pay for.
Right. I just want that to be understood. I would like to, if we do agree, that's something, because that's a tangible cost-specific item, and I appreciate that, so that means we can track it. But then the other thing is, there are 24 videos included in the contract on social media. Again, translated, I understand the cost of the translation, but can you expand a little bit on what these videos are? Are they student like, I'm not on social media anymore, everyone knows why, but can you explain what those are?
So in the past, videos have been interviews with district officials. At one point, videos on just kind of students talking about certain issues pertinent to the district. What we are looking to do this year is a little bit more of kind of social media style videos. So videos with photos that kind of detail quick, almost soundbite sort of information.
Okay. And what platforms do you guys have?
Mainly Instagram and Facebook for distributing videos.
All right, Ms. Reagan?
I sit on the Hamtramck Public School Board,
Yep,
funded by US taxpayers,
yes.
residents of Hamtramck. I have a concern with spending Hamtramck Public Schools money on services in other countries. Just starting with that. Also, you just indicated, that, you know, some of your costs are your printing costs. I know you've indicated that you have thousands. Can you quantify that a little more? With the print edition specifically? I certainly understand the costs involved in creating greater media that isn't necessarily written, but certainly interested in finding out more about the, I guess
Amount
the
of page,
reach
yeah.
that your print edition has.
Sure, so, I think, as I mentioned, there's about 12 places right now where we distribute kind of reams of our print edition. We would be more than happy to expand that to Hamtramck Public Schools, and I'll make sure that the paper is distributed to the administrative building as well. And that's kind of only Hamtramck. We also distribute to Dearborn and Detroit, but I think, you know, I guess I can't give you an exact number of how many are in each kind of ream of the papers, but
Well, thousands is very,
Big.
you said thousands, and so that could mean 2,000, it could mean 200,000. I just need it, I need thousands to be quantified a little
Yeah.
more specifically.
I'd say probably closer to the high thousand to 2,000.
Okay.
How many? How much was it?
Oh, the high thousands to 2,000.
Okay.
So somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 is what
Okay.
you're saying.
And that's in addition to our online content.
I had a question, but I don't know where it went. Mr. Naji, can you also share his email with the staff in the district along
In the
with
same means
Mr.
of expanding the,
Yeah, to expand the,
opportunities. Yeah.
to expand the students and teachers and staff highlights. And also same thing for the Yemeni American with guest editorials. Can you guys put a clause in there saying that the views and opinions in this is not reflective of Hamtramck Public Schools or the district?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I can do that.
Does anybody else have any questions?
I have a
Yeah.
general question to the board, because this is a work session for us, and
Yeah.
so, what is our obligation to ensure that we're responsibly spending public funds? Like, specifically, you know, should we be contracting with someone who's then taking our money and sending it up to overseas? Like, that seems odd to me.
I would like to pause because I feel like this might open up a tense conversation for public, considering we are a city of immigrants. Let's give Simon the.
I'm also an immigrant.
I understand that. I'm saying, I didn't say you weren't.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, we did not know if Simon was not paying U.S. citizens in Yemen. So I want you to be wary of that, and these type of questions are very poignant, and you and I both know we could be responsible in asking those. So I'd like to ask that we take a breather, please, because this is getting in a specific direction that I know would create tension. I've seen it happen in this city multiple times. I understand where you're coming from,
Certainly understand that.
but it just felt, the way it's being presented, I'm perceiving it as, it's very poignant.
So what we're paying for is the paper to advertise and highlight and do whatever is gonna increase our student numbers, do whatever is gonna highlight our district in a good manner. How they're spending it, I don't feel like we're paying for a service. How they spend that money that we're giving them,
Sure.
you know, is their
their
discretion,
business.
you know what I mean? But I did also wonder why we're paying. Are there any translators here that you guys couldn't find, or what was the situation?
You know, I think, number one, this might be the best question for the publisher, but from my understanding, it's that, you know, there is kind of, you know, with the publisher being originally from Yemen,
Is it cheaper or?
no, I don't think cheaper, just a way to support, kind of the economy of Yemen.
Okay. When is the publisher coming back?
I think he's coming back tomorrow, and then I can definitely ask him to appear if you want. But he's coming back tomorrow, and then I'll be meeting with him on Friday.
Go ahead, Mr. Ray.
Yeah, as you said, we pay for service that we get in here. We don't care if he's has a contract with other country, like maybe China getting supplies, or you know. So I don't see it that we should focus on something that we don't own. We get in the service. If we are happy with the service that we get in, we should continue. If not, we should deny it.
Sorry, I just want to clarify one thing. The reason why this question is the way I perceived it is very poignant is because it holds the district liable to something that we're not liable to. So as an elected official, I wanted to just be mindful of the way we phrase things, and that's all I was asking. So I wasn't trying to negate anything you said or silence anyone. I'm just saying we are responsible as elected officials to be mindful of how we word things. And I don't want anything to be perceived incorrectly from you, Ms. Watson. So that's where I was coming from with that.
That's
Sorry,
why
you're
I
not
just-
in the crosshairs of this anymore.
That's why I just wanted to clarify it before it went on further, that we're paying them for a service. The way they decide to use their money is at their discretion.
Okay.
And I hope that answers your question a little bit. I know.
Yeah, no, I know, I just, yeah.
I understand.
It's probably a question for our council.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions from anybody?
I don't know if that's what it is.
Huh?
I might wait till time to vote.
To what?
I'll wait till time to vote and ask.
More questions? Okay.
Just run my
Okay. All right. Thank you, Simon, for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the documentation.
All right, moving on. We have the School Improvement Summer Academy presentation by Vicki Smith.
So it's building and sites first?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Building and Finance.
Vicki, I mean, we jumped ahead of you.
Yeah.
That's okay. You want me to wait, sit down, tell me what we're doing?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll
You
bring my
can leave your
clothes back
stuff there.
on already.
Why don't you just leave them there for the time being?
Yeah, so just don't play.
Yeah, you can leave it there.
Okay, we're gonna liven things up, just wait, just wait for it. All right, Claudia.
All right, I'm sorry. So we have Building and Sites. COVID update from Melanie Pickman.
Hi everyone.
Hi, Melanie.
Hi. I'll keep it really short. Did all of you get that Google Doc?
Sorry, can you speak up?
I'm sorry. Okay. Did everybody get the Google Doc before with this COVID updates to review? Basically, long story short, we're still waiting for the Michigan Health Department and the Wayne County Health Department to give specific school guidance that's anything different than the spring. So that's just a summary of what we're going to continue with. A couple edits, like we're not offering weekly testing here, but we'll continue to take those, the backpack home kit tests for staff and students from the state of Michigan. We'll continue to order those and distribute those.
I'm sorry, Melanie.
Yes.
Where did you send the document? It's not in the
It's the start of school
Yeah.
openings.
I have a copy.
Oh, sorry, school, thank you.
Yeah, it's second to the last.
We're good.
Okay. And so if anybody has any questions or.
I had, how many COVID tests that do we have at our disposal to start the year?
The backpack test or.
The backpack test.
Backpack test. We have some left over from summer camp, so we have probably about 200 or 300 left of those. We'll be able to order those monthly through the state health department. And then we still have a bunch, probably like a good 1,000 or 2 of the rapid tests. Those are ones though that can't go home because there's like 40 in a box, and we need new consents for the year. So once school gets started and front offices get a little less overwhelmed, I plan to send out consents for that, just so we have them in case for a field trip, or if cases spike or there's another concern, that we can still have those.
That consent should be part of the students' first day when they get all their paperwork.
Like a welcome
Yeah,
The
that's
welcome packet, make sure that's in the welcome packet,
packet.
yeah.
They already sent
I
it
thought-
to me.
No, like your consent is gonna be a part of the welcome
Okay.
packet, so it makes it easier
Thank
for
you.
you, yeah.
They already sent it some to the home.
Oh, some were already sent to the home?
Yes, like my kids already got all the information.
But
Yeah,
did
it
they
might
get a
have not-
consent?
The consent might have not been in there,
Okay.
but we
Yeah.
can definitely get them the first days of school.
Yeah, we'll put it
We
in
already sent
the,
out the
Okay,
letter.
great, thank you.
also, just wanted to say thank you for all your hard work and dedication, you know, it does not go unnoticed. You know, being a nurse is a stressful job, and I'm sure being a nurse for, yeah, speaking from experience, and you know, taking on the whole district, it's appreciated, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, project updates, Mile Malone and Partners in Architect. They need the,
PowerPoint?
Good evening. Got a couple handout, or a handout here for you. There you go. Yep.
Good evening, everyone. Richard Bobzinski, Building and Grounds Director for Schools. This is Mr. Mike Malone, Partners in Architecture. And we're gonna give you,
or speak a little louder, whatever you want.
all right, we're gonna give you a quick rundown of all the major projects going on in the district, future projects going on in the district. So. Okay, so current projects right now, we have Dickinson East boiler replacement, that is complete. We have the high school interior classroom renovation, which was the former apartment, and the science lab remodeled, those are complete. Maintenance building roof replacement, complete. Top exterior repairs, which was a repair on the front of the building where we had a leak, that is complete. And Kosciuszko Middle School window repairs, complete. Projects in the construction phase, we have community center exterior renovation, I'm sure you've seen, and we're hoping for completion by the end of September. HVAC upgrade, phase 1, administration building, community center, Horizon, Taubetta, that bid already has went out, and we're hoping to start November of this year. Of course, at the admin building, it would be after hours, weekends. Community center, we wouldn't really be in anyone's way. So that one, when the company's ready to go on that one, we can get work on that. And based on, start dates are all based on when we could get this equipment in. Everything's delayed, of course, because of the COVID situation. So completion of phase 1, open for end of September 23.
I got a question already.
Go ahead.
I feel like Holbrook is always like the stepchild of the district for some reason. Why isn't it any of their projects in the construction phase or in phase 2? Especially the windows. Those windows need to be repaired years ago, and the winter time's coming. If we don't get on it now, we're gonna wait until next year, and you know, it's not fair to Holbrook. They're always being put last.
Totally understand what you're saying. So basically, phase 1, and I'm not saying it's gonna be easy, but the buildings listed in phase 1, I would say are the most clear cut, the rooftop units. So that's why phase 1 has basically kicked off. Phase 2 would be early childhood elementary, and that is because we need to improve the air quality in that building. So, and then number 3 is Holbrook. I wish they could all start it at the same time, but it's just not possible.
We couldn't start the window replacement on Holbrook though? Just that for now?
Well, the windows are related to the mechanical work, you know, so we didn't wanna do windows and then have to come back and do the mechanical work, cause they kind of integrate together with louvers and so forth. So they, you know, it's kinda needs to be together. And that's how early childhood is going as well, which we're gonna show some images on that.
Alright, it's just been years since Holbrook got any kind of major updates, and the other schools are getting it, you know, more and more throughout the years. They've been getting updates. We don't even have a time frame for phase 3. So what's the time frame for phase 3? When is it gonna even be a projection?
We're actually working on the design for that now. We didn't list a schedule here, but that would probably be, I'm just gonna guess, sometime early next year, you know, probably in the February timeframe for bidding. Again, we have to consult with our engineers, but
I got a
that's
question.
something we're working on.
To what you said, mechanical and window have to go together. Can you explain that more?
Sure, so most of these schools, we're looking at putting in unit ventilators. Like right now, there's a central heating system that has ductwork, you know, that we can't really convert to provide air conditioning. So we're providing individual units in each of the classrooms. And most of those units, well, all the units are gonna have a louver that goes through the wall. So sometimes we can cut a hole in the wall, like under this window, for instance. Most of the time, the newer units are vertical, and the louver goes through the window, or where the window could be. So we kind of have to reorganize the window layout to allow for these louvers. Until the final location of the units is determined, we don't want to replace the windows, we'd be wasting money.
So you're not using all the ducts that you can use?
No, we can't.
No, okay, thank you. That was my.
Okay. Any other questions right now? So we're looking at Holbrook being started and hopefully completed by the end of next year?
Well, again, that's gonna be contingent on the equipment. Like to get
Material.
mechanical equipment right now, it's 10 months. So probably not, you know, if we're bidding it in February. And I have to confirm that date, but, you know, I would guess it would be 24.
24 months? Or
In
2024?
2024. I mean, you can't get anything right now, it's crazy, I mean, it really is. Just every single school district is in the same boat you guys are in. You know, they're trying to get mechanical equipment, and they just can't make it fast enough. It doesn't make sense to us, but that's the reality.
Okay, go ahead.
Other question, they said Windows in KMS has been replaced or repaired?
Repaired.
They were replaced recently, yeah. Right.
Okay, so we were at document for HVAC Phase 2 ECE. So we're planning on releasing the bidding documents on the end of this month. Bid due date 9/22. After review, hopefully, if everything goes well, the October 12th board meeting, it'll be presented. Okay, we go to. Okay, so now we go with projects in construction document phase, window replacement EC. I'm sorry, I already read that. Yeah. No, window replacement, I'm sorry, I did HVAC replacement, window replacement. So, release documents for bidding on 9/8/22, bid due date 9/29, present for contract award to the board meeting on 10/12. Next is KMS structural repairs. This one's a little more in depth. I'm gonna let
Yeah, so this involves, the main entrance, you know, kind of where you come up the stairs, you go in the building. Underneath that, there's actually a room. Mechanical equipment is underneath there. We have to reconstruct it because it's structurally unsound. It's starting to fail, so, we are going to, pour new concrete and we have to form it, and it's very involved. But the plan is to have this completely engineered, ready to bid at the beginning of October. So October 4th is kind of our target date. Bids due towards the end of October, and then, if all goes well, we have a recommendation to you on November 9th. This construction, like sequencing, will have to be closely coordinated with the school, of course. We're gonna have to block off that area and, potentially tent the area to provide temporary heat while, because, if it's a really cold winter, we can't really do the concrete work. So we wanna be able to do this as quickly as possible, but, it could take 2 months, to reconstruct that area. So we'd have to route traffic into the building through the other doors, not through those. But we'll have a sequencing plan, we'll work with Rich and the principal there to make sure it's all crystal clear.
Okay, next up, projects in design development phase, HVAC upgrades, phase 3 Holbrook, window replacement Holbrook, and the kitchen addition renovation at Holbrook.
You weren't joking about stepchild. We get one, I know, but it just was a funny analogy, that's all.
Okay, now, projects in conceptual design, the Conut building, we've been exploring using part of the Conut Holbrook building as temporary office space. We're in discussion with that right now. There are some areas in the building we might be able to use that will be cost effective and give us the office space we need for the time being. And we're also trying to determine the future use for that building.
Specifically about this building, this may not be a question for you. Can you guys make sure we can get a concrete answer?
Yeah.
On our capacity for that building?
For which building?
The Kona building across that marathon. Is that
The
we're-
Kona building?
So they're still,
Yeah, I know,
things,
but I'm like-
yeah,
Okay.
when we get that resolved, then I think that will be able to answer that question.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, now we have a couple more projects here. Okay, we've been discussing the Taubetta house demolition, that is the building next door to Taubetta that we do own. We cannot use it for school use due to the construction of it. So we are discussing demolishing and trying to come up with a couple different ideas, what we can do with it. A couple ideas we had, green space, possible small addition, or even additional parking. Any questions up to there? Okay, future projects, admin building door upgrades. So we kind of came through this building at one point and trying to come up with some ideas for to add security, more expansive security to the building. We put a quote out just to kind of feel how things were going, and it came back, I mean, incredibly high. So we're gonna send that out as a bid later in the year, put it out with the actual bid process and see what happens. Everything has just come back very high right now. HVAC upgrade, phase 4, will be next on our list. High school, Kosciuszko, Dickinson East. That's the main.
Was it in 3?
Window replacement, high school, Dickinson East, because of course Kosciuszko is complete. High school food storage renovations, it was discussed to work on the former boys' locker room, well, not former, it would be kind of the former if we went through with this project. Fred from food service needs freezers, coolers, storage space, so this is in discussion right now. Next would be the Joseph Campbell building, which used to be the Old People's Community Services building.
Mm-hmm.
Many different thoughts there, talking about converting to a school, possible college partnership. We have to really delve into that.
I have a question.
Yes.
For the door hardware upgrades, what's the rationale behind needing to do it in this building?
Well,
Regarding this building?
yes.
Can we talk, it's for security purposes, so I don't really wanna, but it's basically a set of doors that we wanna make sure is always locked, that.
Can you
all-
send, if you can discuss it, can you send it on the board report?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next, just a few photos. That's our new boiler at Dickinson East, it's beautiful.
Gorgeous.
Yes. These are the classrooms over at the high school, the former apartment. I think they came out great. They look very nice. So basically, we gained 2 brand new classrooms out of the apartment and the remodeled science room.
This is the
Upstairs.
On the third floor?
Yes.
No, sir.
Left
In the
or
back.
right?
Over there by Rostak. Rostak classes.
Oh, okay, okay.
Facing to the,
They did Rostak wrong. I know the room is not.
And here's our maintenance garage. I'm sorry. Here's our maintenance garage. That's the new roof. And it does not leak. It's amazing.
Much needed.
That's good news.
Beautiful.
Okay, now we're over to the community center, and if anybody drove by, you'd see a lot of construction going on over there.
Yep.
There's even more is complete at this point right now. They laid the entire front pad. It's coming together. It's gonna be nice. So as you can see, that's what we used to have here. Crumbling, falling apart.
Yeah.
Here's the conceptual drawing. As you can see, here's the patio area here that we put in. New set of stairs. And this right here is a totally legal ADA compatible.
I'm glad it's on that side now.
That's actually the beautiful thing.
And it's
Because
aesthetically pleasing
it
too.
didn't make sense when it was on the
It
other
all
side.
comes together.
The alley.
Yeah.
That door has a
Yeah.
And you said this will be done by November?
the end of this month.
This month? Oh, cool.
I'm sorry, the end of September.
Can you go back to that one picture, please?
Yes.
You said it will be done by
Are
November.
those benches that we talked about putting in?
I'm sorry.
Are those benches that we talked about putting in?
Senior,
With
yeah.
Hamtramck?
I-
Yeah,
These
They're
are,
concrete.
yeah, they're concrete
benches?
benches.
Okay.
I think you're thinking about, if you were thinking about the benches, maybe you're thinking about when Fred mentioned he was getting the tables labeled.
Oh, for the school's
Okay.
cafeterias.
The cafeteria.
Yeah, but, okay.
So as you can see here, here's the community center coming together. Here's the cement pad that I was just talking about. We took the picture the other day. This area here was not complete. This is all poured today.
Awesome.
So just a quick rundown here on phase 2 ECE. The construction documents are being completed. We have the locations that we're gonna place all the units in the classrooms. The new HVAC unit, which will be for the air conditioning, will be located next to the boiler room. And we have an idea how we're gonna enclose it to keep it safe and yet be aesthetically pleasing. This is ECE unit plans. So, here's the parking lot of ECE. This will be Gallagher. We're gonna have to set 2 units out here, and then 2 large units out here to provide air conditioning.
So just ignore the chairs, so that was in the drawing?
I'm sorry?
The street is labeled chairs, is that wrong?
Oh, I'm sorry, that is Charis, I said it was Gallagher.
Okay.
Yeah. Thinking of the community center. Okay, so, as part of what we're doing in ECE, of course, documents are being finished up. Gonna put a canopy in front of the door, make it pleasing, make it look nice.
Mhm.
And that's what it would look like. And this is also kind of basically showing you how to look with the new ones.
How far out does it go? How far out?
ECE, maybe right.
The
How
awning?
far out is the canopy?
Is the
Probably
awning,
like
yeah.
8 feet, roughly. So 8 or 10 feet.
It'll give the parents somewhere to stand because
Right,
everybody
yeah.
brings the little kids to school. So if you take a quick peek at this picture here, this is the existing face of the building. These panels that you see here, these will be where the ventilators sit, right?
No, the louvers will be right here. This is horizontal.
Oh, the low horizontal,
Yeah.
sir.
So they're kind of integrated in with the window system. You can see that horizontal lines there. Those are the louvers.
So here's the Holbrook kitchen edition. This is all being worked on right now.
Oh, it's development? I thought it was gonna be like 2026 or something.
We have more detailed drawings than that, but this is just a diagram.
This was the thing you approved at the budget hearing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
So as you can see here, here's the existing kitchen, here's the addition. So it's gonna be a big help to all of school, give them a lot of space.
So like construction for this, I would envision would start next summer, when school's out, or maybe before school is out, to start building that addition. And, that's gonna be contingent on, we can start the building piece, but the kitchen equipment is long lead time again, but by then we should be, getting some materials to start putting this together.
All right.
And I'm gonna let Mike speak because I do.
No, you do a great job, Rick. So that's our update for today. We really appreciate the opportunity working together. We've touched all your buildings in some form or another, and hopefully we're suiting, meeting the needs of what you guys are looking for. And we apologize for the timing of some of these things. It's not within our control. The construction market is really a challenge. Every day we're surprised, but we are making progress. Things are looking great. That community center is going to be wonderful, safe, handicap accessible, and all that good stuff. So,
Thank you so much. Anybody have any questions?
I wanted to thank you for the presentation and for the pictures, and continue bringing us pictures on the project, because sometimes we don't have a chance to drive by or to see.
Honestly, I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but Dejavan also agrees. You can just send this packet to Joanne to put in the drive in the future instead of wasting paper and color.
That's
And
Good quality.
with the
It is good quality paper, I know, I was like.
maybe that'll save us a couple cents here and there.
Yeah. All
Yeah.
right, we'll do that next time.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice job.
I mean, I like the pen, I like the way that paper feels, but I'm with you on the savings and costs.
Hey, do you guys want to take a
I was
5?
like, maybe the recess.
All right, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute recess. We'll be back at 48, 6:48, or 7:48. Can I talk to you guys real quick?
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you were standing there.
Okay, I want to see his response. I was like, okay, I want to see it. I saw the flash. Like, I love that. I'm not sure that's what I said.
It was like they have.
Somebody missing here,
No.
Yeah. Where is the, I don't see it. He should be here.
He's here.
Where is it?
He's here.
Oh, he was over there.
He was
over
here.
down.
Yep.
Yeah, I see.
He's here.
He's very quiet.
I gonna go outside and see if I can warm up? The rain room, the heat.
But I'm gonna improve your program too.
A teacher on the ESPORts fund, they're sitting and we're talking about spending it, so a teacher who signs up for, because I do have an elementary person, I have to still looking for a school and no, at least once a month, right? We want to spend it. We have to sort out how to spend it. Yeah, I know. I got a special right now. Trying to get ready at our house. The different areas involved. Sherry knows from negotiations that it's all about trying to get the mayor, so. And that's what parents do. Right, because it's important.
I know, right?
Freedom to still bottle. Absolutely.
I won't have one, so I can. How are you? Good.
I like your tie.
Are you ready? Thank you. Are you ready? Are you ready to go back?
That part of the job doesn't
I appreciate that.
Next summer, I'm going to get on the plane.
Fair enough, you should.
But if you wanted to, kind of vicariously, right, I'll be happy to create my travels with you. Pictures you say. I'll have a little time, I'll talk to you, and I will do photos, and I'll show you around.
Verbal, yes. I really, honestly, I wasn't even aware that anything was coming out. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I went outside to warm up, and apparently it's cool because it's raining again.
Not the rain.
I went out this side door, that back side door, and then walked to the front.
Right?
Yeah, no, but thinking that I was gonna like warm up, maybe colder. everybody missed it when I walked in. So I'm not surprised to hear all that rain noise again.
All right, welcome back, everybody. All right, so next up we have school improvement. This time is correct. Summer Academy presentation by Vicki Smith.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's time to wake up and talk about some fun things that we have done at Hamtramck School District. We had some people leaving, and so I'm a firm believer in equity and inclusion for all children. And so I asked and volunteered to kick myself several times, but I said, I want to do a STEAM program for Hamtramck, so all children are included. Because STEAM is 21st century, you don't have to live in the suburbs to be able to participate, to be intelligent, to make a contribution. Yeah, I'm preaching, amen, I gotta get an amen, all right, let's go for it. So, I asked to do it, so at nights and weekends, I called all over the nation, I called everybody I knew was involved in STEAM, people I didn't know, hey, what are you doing? So what I found was I wrote the curriculum, did the training, the teachers came on board, the principals were supportive, Mr. Elhaney helped me quite a bit, like for the job descriptions and recruiting people, but you know, the pay was a big thing. But I want to say this, I know the summer program cost a lot of money, but I think that our staff definitely benefited from that because the morale and everything else through COVID, that was huge. It made a big difference, and I see people excited to come back this year, and I'm thrilled about that because we always have challenges, but they're here. But more importantly, our kids had a blast, and they learned and didn't even know they were learning. And all children participated because I don't believe we should have a certain group. You get to do this, and you go do that work over there, so it'll prove you. Because summer school should not be punitive, it should be inclusive, it should be engaging, and it should make sure that our students continue to learn. So that is what I'm about, and I'm really passionate about that. And so it's really important. So we ordered, because I lived in the Bay Area, we ordered kits from Raft, and I'm going to share these if I may approach the bench, please. So here you go. These are what the kids made. We ordered the kits. So because I do like to be frugal and being from California, I don't like to use paper. So we were not a paper-generated group this summer. So I ordered those by joining for $25. I saved the district $5,000.
Thank you.
So yes, because I knew that we needed to be a member, part of the group. And these guys work round the clock to make sure, because the beautiful part about this, we had 90 minutes for STEAM every day, and then we had 45 minutes for reading with iReady, 45 minutes for math. Now these STEAM kits that I'm about to show you, this is the K1 group. They come with a lovely teacher's edition, the guide. I'm going into my banner routine. And these are the kits that the kids just dove into, and there's curriculum that goes along with it. Now, they have those kits right there, about 150. Kits for 2nd through 8th grade are $650, but for 4 kids who participate. Now, they don't go away. Those kits we will use over and over and over. They are sustainable, which is really important. So next year, we're all ready to go. We don't have to purchase that. If we did need more, this company, Kids Spark, has equity grants, and I've already talked to them about that. But we're in pretty good shape. We had almost 1,900 students K-8. We had between 350, 400, sorry, almost 500 students, which is about a fourth of our students, which is great. Yes, the kids, every child had access to any of this who wanted to. Students in the special ed program, we also made a point to include them when we did car races, and you'll see that type of thing. Students were included. We didn't leave any children out, and I shared the STEAM kids with the kids at our building too. So if you go to the next slide, please. Oh, I have to do it? Oh my gosh! So labor intensive. Oh. Yeah, I need a clicker. Thank you very much. You're young, you should be able to do this better than I can. Please make it larger. That's not what my doctor says, but if you could do it, I'd appreciate it. There you go. Come up to the table with me. So breathe on me. I want to COVID. Sorry, but I'm a germaphobe. There we go. What's your name? Donald, right.
Just
I know
put
it's
this down
so-
here right now.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so this is a video that I can't show because we can't use YouTube, apparently. But there's STEM. These blocks that you see are STEM versus STEAM. And there's a reason why I prefer STEAM, because that includes the artistic side. It includes the creativity, the invention. My father has an invention, the Smithsonian Institute. The laser, the beetle, that he helped, that he patented and he created, so we grew up with that. You use the light, the laser, and it will measure the room, and this is on your phone, and that was patented in 1977. So that's the kind of household I grew up in, is that creativity is really important, but he was also German and very strict, but not if you're laughing and having a good time. So that was me, so that's the problem. But for my own children, we had art cabinets, and so they had access to anything they wanted to do or make at any time, and that's really important. So I wanted to do STEAM, not just STEM. Next slide, please. So this is my family. So we went to Myrtle Beach. I gave up 8 days of vacation, don't regret it. I was happy to do it, but we came back. Those are my grandchildren 5 years ago, sitting down there. They came to a STEM program that I was the principal of in the elementary school. And so it was my 41st anniversary. I got back on Saturday night late. This was Sunday. We all went to school because we all value education in our family, especially the opportunity for all kids to participate. So we were packing it. So there are my granddaughters there now. There's my husband, 41st anniversary, but he also has worked in schools and is dedicated to kids being successful. And Miss Kathy, our secretary, I love her, came up and helped. And I would like to say that she helped me so much during summer school. She didn't have to, it wasn't part of her job description, but she rocked it, all the ordering, calling vendors, helping us get there, because we were getting materials at the 11th hour. So we were getting everything ready to go do the training the next day.
Is she the one in the right corner?
Yes, in the blue.
Oh.
That's Miss Kathy. And the custodians at our school, an additional workload, they did a great job, no complaining, just jumped right in. So I put in there, the students, there are approximately 360 to 400 students. But I want you to know that we had to compete with 4th of July, Eid, and you all had a carnival during the middle of summer school, just saying. So who wants, the kids went to that instead. For teachers, we had 63, and this is also paras, plus 18 teaching assistants, so that included the site coordinators as well. The kids were engaged, 4 weeks, hands-on, collaborative. You open a kit, you're working together. You're not doing writing papers and dittos. I don't want to see kids doing that. The kids were active. It was innovative, creative, and application. You said build a bridge. I saw a little girl, and it's a pre-K student, a graduate, who built a bus with a handle in her little group. It's like, how creative is that? That's what, so she carried around and just bus kids around. Love that. It was meaningful, interactive, integrated, and real world. And that's what we need our kids to be able to do. Please. So here's some of the things that we did. The solutions, building cars and racing them down a ramp. And the kids love this. Every child in our school at UCE participated in this. So they built the cars with those STEAM kits that you see, and then they raced them down the ramp.
Oh, that's cute.
Mm-hmm. Teamwork, making bridges and robots together. We had children who didn't even speak English at all, newcomers from Afghanistan who were participating in building things and working with other students. The opportunities for academic language, to hear a kindergarten student talk about fulcrums and arches, that's amazing. We don't get to do that normally. Artistry, making a kumishimo, that's, I had to look it up. Kumishimo, you're like, what the heck? Did you watch your language? Actually, it's the Japanese braiding. It's a kid, and you can see those middle school boys engaged in doing it. It was much more challenging than they thought. Motivation. You look at the little girls out there building a spectroscope to form a rainbow. So when they built it, they get to go outside and see that there's a rainbow in there. They love that. They need to be doing things like this all the time. So we went to a field trip. We went to the Henry Ford Museum, and we had summer celebrations. There you see Mr. El Hady and I getting ready, and the kids are getting on the bus, so excited to get to go. teachers from all over. I saw so many happy teachers this summer, and we needed that. And when we went there, our kids, because of the activities that we did in our schools, jumped right in. They weren't hesitant. They were talking to other kids. They were participating. They were making things. We had popsicle party there you see over there. This was a STEAM with KMS. There are so many things that went on in summer school that are invaluable, that are not measurable necessarily. Like you say, well, what's the score? This is great because if you turn to the next slide, I really believe in it. STEAM, planting the seeds today for tomorrow's future. Because what I did was I worked with the EMU and got a grant at ECE, which we've changed the landscape. Father Daniel's very happy next door, and so is the community, because frankly, it just looks so neglected. And there was so much junk in the school, we just threw it out. I was like, 1-800 move that junk. So we have fixed up the front of our school, and we have some gardens there. Those are our second graders planting a butterfly garden over there on Cheris Street. And these are our kids from one of the other schools saying, thank you, we hope that we can do this next year. And I really hope that we can, because I think it was very, very powerful for our children. And I know that our teachers, they've told me, you don't have to pay me $100 an hour, which I said is not gonna happen. But they said they will, just let them know, I have to be honest, that we pretty much have just about everything to go again. We'll need some school supplies and again, some of those raft kits. But that's it, we've got everything else, and we're good to go. But there you go. Kids had a blast. Thank you.
Before you get up.
Any questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, thank you for all your dedication and to the students of our district and all your hard work, especially throughout the summer. I know that you did this not just for an individual school, but for the entire district, and that's a challenge in itself. I just had one more question. Are any of these STEAM activities going to be available throughout the school year for like pre-K or kindergarten?
Well, I would love for that, and so I'm looking at some grants and things. It's just like, show me the money and I can make it happen. I am a negotiator, so when I get something and I'm buying, they know that. When you're going to purchase something from a company, I want something as well. I will tell you that EMU, they liked what we did, they loved what we did, so they're giving us another grant to do more gardening stuff. So we are doing a hydroponic garden at ECE, and we are growing lettuce and tomatoes. I want to clarify that, being from California, to make sure that we're all on the same page. But that is our goal. That is our goal. But those type of activities are invaluable. But I would love to have that. They're not very expensive, and by having that membership, it does save a lot of money. And those guys, they're a nonprofit. They do really work with us. I used that when I was in San Jose, which is how I knew about it. But I would love to, so I would like to have some money to do that, and the teachers have asked for that as well. Because the beautiful part is you can extend the curriculum, you can use it in other ways, there are opportunities for writing, our kids need to be writing, and so this is perfect, like what is something else that you could do, what would be the next steps? If you could create something, what would you create? I do want to share that it came later, but I ordered these maker space in a box. Think of Shark Tank.
Yeah.
And where you can, because this is the way I said, my kids had cabinets, just go make something. So I have those for the district for next summer for sure, or even this year, to give those to the kids. So not only can they make something, an invention, I believe in appropriate technology, applied technology. And that's something that's about maybe $250 is sustainable. I learned that from my son when he was in school. And so being able to create something that can actually be used, making a brochure, advertising it, getting up and presenting, those are amazing skills, all combined into one thing, which is why I like STEAM, because it is integrated curriculum, and it's not separate. And when we do, we work together. We don't work in separate silos there. That's not the way the real world is. That's why I believe in planting the seed now. So I would love to do that. And if you can find me some money, guarantee you will do it. Put the ball in your court.
All right.
Just cut down on those newspapers. Sorry, guys. Thank you, I'm done now. Y'all excuse me. But you gotta advertise it. That's all you gotta do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing us in.
Oh, yes.
All right.
All the time in, and thank you for the grants.
Oh, sure.
Thank you so much. All right, so next up, we're gonna actually move the.
Wait, no, you still have Kim.
Yes.
Cosmos.
Oh,
I know.
next up is Cosmos Esports Club, William Kim.
Yeah, all right.
All right.
Thank you. I was worried that we could skip stuff. It delights me to hear you even speak the name esports because nobody really knows about it. You guys are more than welcome to sit up here. I brought a little group of people. You all probably know Jean-Luc. This is Yakub. He's the vice president of the club. You guys can take a seat. I'll stand. Yeah.
Elbow shoulder to shoulder, like 3 feet back. Grab another chair.
I got a chair. If you don't know me, my name is William Kim. I'm teaching for 8 years, all sides. This will be my 4th year in Hamtramck. And for 2 of those years, we've had an esports club. So we're not asking your permission. We're already doing it. We don't need anything from you. All we have is good news. It's like I'm scooping ice cream. Yeah. So nothing but good news here. We have a visual aid, but I'll be talking along the way. 3 big takeaways from this, presentation is rule of 3. Students want an esports club in Hamtramck. So this is something, I'll never forget the day 2 kids walked into my classroom. This is November 2019, and they poked their head in and they said, "Mr. Kim, we heard you like video games." And I said, "Yeah." And they said, "Have you ever heard about esports?" I said, "Absolutely not." And these kids tried to, don't tell Mark, but they tried to rig together some old desktops we kind of dug up from the basement to play a game during lunch. It was a disaster, and then COVID made it even more of a disaster. But during COVID, instead of fading into the darkness, like so many things did, it actually gave kids an opportunity to come together virtually, because the nature of esports, and for those of you who don't know, it is essentially competitive video games. It's more than that. It's also an industry that looks like this on paper, and we've done a lot. So the second point, we've accomplished a lot, so much despite the pandemic. We're actually, in a weird way, thriving through it. And the last thing that you'll see, and these guys will help me too, is that the growth potential, so like where this is going, there are jobs that don't exist yet related to esports. Very similar to how there are jobs today that didn't exist 15 years ago. The world is always kind of playing catch up, but now that we exist, Hamtramck is kind of at the front of the curve instead of catching up. 7 years from now, oh, we don't have an esports program? No, we have one. We've had one since 2019. So I'm going to click through this. Stop at any point if you have questions. I'm a teacher, so I'm good with hand raising, but I'm ready for whatever. I do want to show you a couple of things. So the number of students involved, this was really hard to figure out, but when I say active members, that is people who are contributing and participating in the last 2 years. Over 100 students have joined the Google Classroom, have been, they've been communicating with each other, or they've been bringing in their own stuff to play with and build these relationships. E-board members, I wanted to say, we are organizing. We have students who want to take leadership. One of them is here today. We'll talk in a few minutes. But we have a, much like you, we have a committee. And we're trying to bring middle school into it as well. We held an event last year. I'll show you a photo or two where we invited Kosciuszko Middle School to have a tournament. We gave away gift cards. We invited them on a college visit for the winners that came to Oakland University with us. You can see our students want to do graphic design too. These are very tech savvy kids. So you can see how our logo has evolved to kind of include, the districts. So it's coming along.
So you're saying the active members are high school kids?
They are all high school kids, yes. The active members, correct. When I say over 300, I'm talking about middle school students who came to the events, as well as students who've participated in fundraisers and kind of just been involved.
What games are they playing?
They're playing,
Yeah, I can give a whole list.
Yeah, can you run some games?
We have Mortal Kombat, we have Dragon Ball Fighters, me hosting that specifically, and then we have other casual games like Brawlhalla. Sometimes people play Spider-Man. So, yes, so what we would do, we would bring in our consoles from home, and we would just spend the hour just playing together, just playing games, and we can definitely see from time to time new faces every single week, and we definitely see more engagements within the club rather than just in the halls. Yeah, so we definitely found this place as, in quote, a safe haven for people who can't exactly just meet up with people just like that. It's hard to find, especially as teens, to really like meet new friends. So we created a place where everyone has one thing in common, that being games, and we really just made it a really public place to be around. A really nice place.
William, stop talking, I will be selling it.
I have a quick question. So he mentioned Mortal Kombat.
I was ready for this. I'm ready for this. Ask your question.
Alright.
Are we checking the ratings for these games?
Yeah, you see, with that, well, for the most part, it was primarily high school students that were actually playing it, and on top of that, we checked the ratings, so Mortal Kombat wasn't much of an often thing. Sometimes we would switch it up to Injustice 2, just for the, in quote, school appropriate type of games.
Mm-hmm.
So Mortal Kombat wasn't really much of a bigger thing. It was just one of the examples that I just
We
gave out.
played it as 5-year-olds.
We did. At home, it's different. You can play whatever you want at home,
Yeah, of
but
course.
we have to watch what we
Yeah.
allow our kids to play.
I see.
And
Okay.
Yeah, we're conscious.
Mr. Kim, then, has a parent came to you and complained about these?
Not once.
See?
Yeah, please finish. I have a follow-up, but yeah, okay. So when it comes to actually competing and Hamtramck being represented, right, which I think is kind of what you're getting at, but the only M for mature games we would be playing to represent the district would be games that have already been condoned by the competitive bodies. So, you know, I think Mortal Kombat and the games that we recognize as being kind of fun and a little bit gory in that particular example. You know, we're not competing with those games. We're not putting our Hamtramck name in front of games that aren't being used ubiquitously.
Mhm.
And I can tell you more about what it means to compete and who we've connected
You guys are
with.
competing with other public school districts, correct?
Yeah.
Correct. Sometimes we're funding, like for scholarships. So,
nice.
making my little piece
Yeah.
of that.
That's what we
Alright,
do.
so I'm Jean-Luc Chandre. I went to high school at King High School in Detroit. I was a part of the esports team and I was a team captain for our League of Legends team. I competed at Lawrence Tech. I did not win, however, the winning team did get full rides. Every single student got a full ride. And then second place. Yep, Lawrence Tech. And then,
universities.
and they got it in courses like video game design or whatever they wanted to choose. You get a full ride. But it was primarily for video game design, and now esports has grown to a higher level. Second place at the time, I believe, got $16,000. So.
Wait, are you a student or a staff member?
Former staff member of Hamtramck Public Schools. I'm now acting as a coach.
I see, so you're the high school student.
I'm the high school student.
You're a coach and you're a teacher.
Got it.
Got the roles, thank you.
Yes. So I still play competitively because, I mean, when I have time after work, I like to play video games. It helps me unwind. And like Yakub said, it's a safe place. It's a safe haven. For me, it was like the nerds hung out in high school. We all played video games. It was for the outcasts and the misfits. But now it's like everybody plays video games. And suddenly to the world, video games are a way to connect. If you see with Meta, they're trying to find ways to host meetings virtually and all this other stuff. So it's becoming bigger than just you or me. The Olympics in 2028 are planning to have esports. So it's growing rapidly, and like he said, it looks like this. It's way more exponential than that, really. Colleges are now scouting for people on esports teams in high schools, and then they're giving students full rides. So if our students are able to perform at a higher level, then there's the potential that they could be the next, for example, big names in esports like Tens or Marv, who are people who they got their degrees. These people have math degrees, science degrees, whatever it may be, but they're able to compete competitively.
We use the scholarships now to expand beyond like game design, so if a kid won, if a student won one of these competitions that provides that
You
scholarship.
can be computer science.
Right, but you can study what you'd like now, like you said, it's gotten, like the options have gotten broader.
Oh yes, it's mostly going to focus on video game design for a lot of them.
That makes sense.
Because you're playing video games, so they assume that you're interested in it.
Mhm.
But it's a full ride, so I mean, you can always change your major as long as you're playing on the team. For some people, or if you win like the scholarship, then you'll be fine.
Well, how many, like, what constitutes a team that can compete, how many bodies?
So we're gonna have multiple teams for different games, but generally games are 5v5. So for example, one of the main games that I play and that I'll be focusing a lot on coaching because it's gotten bigger more recently, and the company who runs the game puts a lot of funding into the competitions. It's a 5v5. It's called Valorant, and games like Rainbow Six Siege. What is one of those that you
League of
play?
Legends.
Yeah, League of Legends was another big one. It's been big since 2009. He plays Rocket League, which is a 3v3 game. So these are all opportunities for kids. It's mostly going to be smaller groups, but we can have multiple teams compete. It's just a matter of like entrance fees, and we'll figure that out. And you have told me that you're sponsored already.
Correct. So last year we just kind of started tooting our own horn, and Lenovo started to believe in what we were doing, and they decided to pay our participation fees and give us a grant. It's called Adopting Excellence through Lenovo. So we did a Q&A with their chief executive, Jeff Colombo. Yeah. So that's just scratching the surface, right? People see the value in it. They see that we have the most important thing already, which is kids who are interested. And that's apparently the hardest thing to nail down is kids who want to do this. But Hamtramck has that already. Yes, please.
I got a question. So you said earlier that you were using beat down computers. Has the district provided the equipment needed for you guys to succeed? And
As a former tech guy, we worked on it, and we're in the process of getting all the equipment. Some of it has already been purchased, so new consoles, and now computers should be in the works. I know that they're working on it, and we just got some more stuff approved recently, so it looks good.
so, okay, as long as you guys are.
Wait,
Yeah.
one last question I have. So, do you guys have seasons like other sports, and then would you guys technically have to be under like our rec department? These are just logistics. I know it's not like
I can answer that one.
Okay, I was just gonna say, esports is all year round.
Right.
You don't need
Yeah.
weather, so you're good. You can play it inside. No, you're inside all the
This is a
time.
club,
It's like
yeah.
for basement
It's like
dwellers,
a
so
club
you're
sport,
good.
so it's not like a.
Yeah, make sure your basement doesn't leak. There are, it is year round and kind of invincible to what sports might have to deal with in terms of that, but yeah, there do tend to be fall and winter and spring seasons, at least with the hosting bodies such as High School Esports League or Play Versus. These are just big companies that basically get high schools together and have them compete. So I hope that kind of answers your question.
Just kind of, as I was just thinking about like if you guys have to abide by the Michigan Athletic Code, and I think that it's like a club like Ms. Hall said, so. never mind.
Well, since it's kind of a national thing. Like in 2020, we were playing Rocket League against a team from Texas, so we weren't abiding by the same.
I don't
As
think
long as
that-
like someone doesn't pull our kids out, like I want you to compete and win in something, just for them to be like, oh, well, you guys didn't follow this.
I see.
You don't think that logistics?
I don't
like-
think that esports or
I thought.
video games are under the recreation department. Yes, Mr.
We
Kyle.
actually are going to be pretty soon.
Okay.
So Michigan
Yeah.
High School Association is talking about it, adding esports to their sporting events. They would have a fall, winter, and spring.
Yeah,
But they haven't got there yet.
that's what I,
They haven't
yeah.
got there yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's nice.
I just want to show how big it's esports as a whole is really becoming. That's actually really fun to see, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, the reason we're here is to shine a light on an asset that most people didn't know existed.
Thank you.
I think there's
very neat.
a kind of a pictures telling any remaining story. I'm not going to make you read this. This is a timeline of how far we've already said most of the important parts.
Have you guys said this last time?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll share it as soon as I get to a computer. But we're trying to get kids out of the classroom with this too. So we partnered with Albion College, we partnered with Oakland University, we talked with their coaches. If you'd like to say more,
Yeah.
please do.
So during these field trips with Albion and especially Oakland, I definitely saw the students like finding more opportunities to do what they love, because every time we would walk out of each university, there were students be saying, "Oh, I might just come here when I graduate, or I might just be part of this esports team." So students are finding more opportunities to do what they love, like literally through every field trip that we go to.
I love it, thank you.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
I am too.
I wanna
your
see that
guys'
logo.
I want your guys'
Logo on the
location
shirt.
to look like this.
Listen,
I
give
would
us a
wear that.
space. Yeah.
I would buy that.
Give us
Yeah.
a little space. And yeah, that is kind of the goal. And I'm happy they got I'm happy that got approved so that they can see the highest level of this.
Right, maybe we could utilize the Conant building or something to include that.
Hey, we got a community, we got a community center, apparently we have buildings that we listened to the whole building presentation earlier, so we know the deal. I will say, but everyone kind of imagines this big tournament and there's a big crowd and obviously we want to get there. This has humble roots. This started with kids getting together in the lunchroom and just love video games. We can do tournaments. We can turn it up. We can put Hamtramck on the map. We can be in the newspaper. Hopefully. But we need a space, and I mean that's achievable. Making some noise is achievable. Let's see. I want to make sure everything gets said. Let's see. This is just some of the students interacting with each other, which is what Yahu was speaking to. You know, it's really weird as a teacher to see students who've never met each other before teaching each other how to use virtual reality. And you know, male, female, and students in between playing games together. That would not have done that before. So it kind of speaks for itself. At the high school, kind of been blessed with these monitors on wheels, which is also unheard of, that we have that at our disposal. So we are optimizing.
Yes. Yeah, and I want to talk about the events for a moment. So one of the first events that we've hosted was around the spring, I believe, or winter. But it was overall like an open event to many students, even outside the school. We would let students in, and they would the first thing they would ask me is, "Hey, is this where this event is taking place?" I just tell them, "Yes, of course, come in." It will be students like from high school students to even some younger kids around Dickinson East and West. So we've actually opened up a lot more wider than we expected, but of course that only just comes to show we just really want this for everyone.
Now, who would you graduate?
I actually graduated this year. I'm a senior.
Well, congrats.
The pressure.
You know what? I think I will. Inshallah. Especially because I'm a senior and being co-vice president, I would want to walk out of Hamtramck High School knowing that the Hamtramck Public School esports team will put its place on the map. Will actually have a name for themselves in the esport industry.
Thank you.
Sally, can we get more student presenters?
Yeah, for sure.
Can we get their group some shirts?
Yeah.
I want that logo.
I want
That is a nice logo.
Yeah.
So when they go there,
I will buy
Once
that.
we get the official team sorted out and stuff, and like we have like, you know, how like football team has like their starting lineup, where esports is kind of the same thing. You have your main team, you have your backups. We wanted to get jerseys for them, like official.
Nice.
Do you guys need a cheer team too? That'd be so cool.
It's kind of distracting.
Oh,
Right.
sorry.
right, you gotta be quiet.
Also,
We appreciate it.
just like sports though, we are gonna have GPA requirements, and we found a way where if they need help with studying or whatever it is, we have a community group chat where they're able to reach out for help, and myself, Mr. Kim, and whoever else in the chat knows something can like pitch in and help out, because that's what we're all about. We're still about college and career readiness. We still want them to go places. Video games, they're one part of our life. They're just one facet of it. And while they could become professional gamers, we still want them to like look at other career options as well, because I mean, this could be just a hobby.
Right.
Thank
This was a
you.
fun presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wait, are they done? I don't
Do you
know.
guys, are you
I think we might have a few more pictures, but
Oh, okay.
I think we've delivered the message. Oh my goodness. So this video, the high-pitched squealing that is not going to play because this is a picture, not a video. But this is just the middle school. We invited them to have for the tournament we mentioned earlier. This was just the moment before the last round.
Where were the gift cards to?
The gift cards went to the top three winners, who were also invited to open with us.
Sorry, like what kind of?
That would depend on what console they play on.
It was
Oh,
$25 Xbox.
Oh, for
$25.
you.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So a little something there, and we'll have them back. Make it a tradition. And then you know our students. I'm kind of pointing them out at our students who are hosting them. So opportunities to lead. You know, they may in the bigger cafeteria like Yahoo. had a booth, you know. as
Yeah,
well.
I had a whole booth because me personally, I was really passionate about being part of the esports team. So every single week I would be able to come in. I wouldn't just come in. I would bring in my console. I would host fighters, and I even hosted a couple of tournaments. There were no prizes as far as I remember, but that doesn't mean that there were a lot of numbers who actually wanted to be part of the tournament. We had around 20 students part of that tournament. And I was part of it, and I got beat.
Oh, you got B, the place we got a B. I was like, oh, that's a good grade.
So if,
Well, I mean,
if
not
there's
tangible
any
prizes
student
for
wanting to
graduates.
enjoy the club, what they need to do?
Well, all they need to do is join the Google Classroom, so I'm kind of making that open so they get announcements and updates, hey, here's what we're doing. If they want to join the club, they would just need to talk to me or one of the e-board members. If they want to play competitively, then they would definitely need to talk to me or Jean-Luc, and it's
GPA requirement, 2.5
yes.
minimum.
We would kind of screen them that way. You know, someday we might, if this gets big enough, which I hope it does, we might need to have tryouts. There might be kind of an overwhelming number of people who want to play it. The middle school event was overwhelming.
That was a lot.
They didn't tell us how many people were coming. It was between 5 and 105. But alas, I digress a lot. I'm sorry about this. This is a lot to read. But I think you get the gist. I'll just kind of highlight the soft skills being developed in the background here. We're talking about social emotional intelligence. We're talking about the connective tissue that people find employable, arguably more valuable than the prestige of the university you attended. It's how well you get along with people. So we're into that. And I'll leave you with a picture of happy students. Hey, we have nothing but the best in mind for
Oh,
them.
is that a squishmallow?
The Pokemon.
Yeah,
Pokeball.
that's a Pokeball.
That's
Is it a
basketball.
squishy one?
That was
very,
actually
it was squishy, yes. It was during a college visit. But I mean, there you have it. Did I miss anything, guys?
No,
not really.
Nailed it.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good luck, and thank you for taking the lead on this. And
You're very welcome. You will hear more from us. And when we do start asking for stuff, at least you know why. Yeah.
Okay.
We want to make more. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We would just want to make like more moments like this where students can actually have fun while still in high school.
Yeah.
Good job.
And not be at home in your room.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's what, can we put the student presentations away and just get to go home?
Yeah, we're gonna move that, yeah.
It's not that when they're still here.
Yeah. All right, so next up, we're gonna actually move the positions part from the school improvement. We're gonna move the positions to the end of the finance reports and updates. So with that being said, I'd like for the finance department to start with the ESSER funds update.
Good evening, it's late, 8:30. Let's do this. Before I get started really quickly, I want to take a split second and introduce the entire curriculum department team who continue to play a vital role, and they're here tonight, so you guys can say hello.
Stand
Yeah. Wendy Thornton is the title, Continuous Improvement and Title Grant Specialist. Heather DeRogi is the DIJ MTSS Coordinator in the district. Jasmine Ramirez is the Curriculum Secretary / everything that exists in all. And then Nate Talbot actually had to leave. So he left, but he was here earlier. So just know those faces, because a lot of the work that we've been doing over the past, since each joined, really honestly falls on a group effort. So I want to kind of preface all of this with kind of how we got here. Initially, I was hired in January as the Academic Strategy and Innovative Design Specialist. One of the things Mr. Nagy requested upon my arrival was to do kind of this informal district needs assessment. He asked for assessments of everything from like the departmental work in curriculum and academics to
the financial piece of that department, the staffing, the structures, you name it, you asked for it. I did my best to try to deliver. And that started in January, I want to say like around the end of the last week of January when I came in. That work continued, so informal assessment for district needs until approximately May, I will say till May 23rd, when the previous executive director of student achievement left, and then Mr. Nagy asked me to step in, kind of support the district, kind of pick up where that was left off, and to continue the work that I was doing. A lot of it connected, and so what I did is started to do the deep dive into the title budgets, the ESSER 3, which was what existed. ESSER 1 was complete, I believe, at the time we came in. ESSER Equity was left over, GEARS was still left over. And so I did an assessment of mainly title and ESSER 3. There's some stuff that I could share about the other two, but ultimately this is kind of the findings that we have. The other things I want to kind of stress is I assess systems and processes. I do not assess people. That's not what I come in here for. I come in, I look at things from an objective point of view, and then I give feedback. So I want to preface that because some of the things I think that we're all going to talk about here today are not going to be things that we're all happy about. But again, transparency was Mr. Nagy asked for, and so that's what I'm here to do. Topics of review that I just want to kind of over. Things that I'm addressing concerns right now. Not to say that there are not great things that are happening within the district. There are phenomenal things happening within the district. Esports is one of the things we use ESSER Equity to support, to purchase the things for. There's outdoor adventure programs and so many other great things happening. What I'm highlighting are the kind of the concerns that we found that need an immediate addressing in order for the district to function in a capacity that is compliant and that will allow us to kind of grow on all levels. So there are academic concerns, title concerns, and compliance concerns that currently exist within the district. I'm going to kind of go over a little bit of the academic first. So academic concerns in regards to the curriculum department are things that we have. So you get ranked at the state level. Your scores that are reported to the state, in this case we're using iReady assessment as your statewide assessment. So there are scores that are being reported. I linked my school data, however we can't access into the outside sites, so I'll just kind of show you a brief image later that showcases what it looks like. State ranking is happening this year, so what the state is doing is taking all the scores that the districts have and they're ranking schools in the order. There is a possibility of being identified as the bottom 5% due to this ranking process. I want to be clear that this is not just a this year situation. It is not a COVID problem. Low scores in the district have been problematic, I would say, several years, at least 5 years. But this ranking that is going to happen is probably going to put us at the bottom 5%, which means state will probably reach out. There will be some auditing and some interference, if you will, or interjections from the state to support. There's a high need for my assessment for turnaround in district transformational models for a proactive approach. So I will say this just from my own assessment and in conversations with district staff, teachers, administration, and even the superintendent himself. HPS tends to function in a very, very first response or reactive state. We have to get to a point where we're kind of ahead of the game and anticipating things that are going to come, which I'll discuss later, and really working in an effort to kind of bring us out of what we're in, because this is kind of a vicious cycle that the district is in. We have many, many, many resources. I want to put this out there. You have a plethora of resources that exist across the district. However, there is no alignment for these resources, no unified practice, and no documentation of local and district-wide data that supports these resources. And then we move into kind of instructional concerns. And this, I want to be clear, is not criticism of teachers. It is not criticism of administration. I'll say that again. It is not criticism of teachers or administration. This is just telling you where the district stands and how the systems that are current are affecting the instructional process. The Hamtramck district is a growing EL multilingual needs district. You are at a current rate of 65% and growing rate, meaning 65% of your student population is an English language learner population. Over the past several years, your structures within HPS were not necessarily needed and geared to EL students because it was a lower number. grown. The district, however, has not necessarily grown to fulfill the requirements that I can discuss later with Title III and EL, Office of Civil Rights mandates for English learners, to meet the ratio of instructional staff to support that high level of students. Does that make sense? There is some non-compliance with title mandates. So Title I, MyKIP, and then COVID plays a lot to do with this, but MyKIP is the Michigan Integrated Continuous Improvement Process. This is something that kind of takes over the school improvement that you're all aware of, except it takes it on both a school and a district-wide level. Your title purchases by law have to be aligned with the MyKIP process. There isn't evidence of that currently. Title II, we had the professional development plans also have to be aligned with the strategic goals of the framework that you have, the Michigan, again, MyKIP, and then we have to develop long-term professional development with data tracking that is consistent. So the ideas of kind of one and done professional development, number one, studies have shown they don't actually, they're very ineffective if you throw them and you don't offer teachers and administrators continuous improvement opportunities within that same professional development. So for example, if I give you some professional development about language or literacy instruction, and I don't follow that up with continuous opportunities, that kind of goes out the window. Title III, the language assistance program and LEP requirements, that actually had to come up during a meeting with a title specialist just yesterday. I had a conversation with the ELD department. We're gonna work together to kind of bring that up to compliance. But there are some Office of Civil Rights issues that are kind of coming out. Access to general education for EL students. What does that mean? It means that we have to start being incredibly clear with the educational platform that we have for our EL students, special ed students, and so on and so forth. The law stipulates that all students are general ed students before they are anything else. EL supports that are brought in, special education supports that are brought in, any of these other things come in as added supports.
Break down acronyms. What does OCR stand for?
Office of Civil Rights.
Thank you. And then DPPD.
It's a district professional planning and development. So it's a professional development plans. Those all get turned into the state for approval prior to us being able to implement them, and sketchies are directly related to those. So in order for us to offer sketchies, that plan has to be approved by the state.
Okay, before you continue.
Yeah.
Title I, when you said it's not going the right way, can you go further into that?
Yeah, I'm gonna go into it explicitly in the next couple of slides.
Okay.
Do you want me to dive in now?
No,
or?
go ahead.
Okay. So the other part of it is, so ensuring that every child on the Tier 1 level of MTSS, which again I'll address in a minute, every child has access to the general education curriculum and opportunities from their instructors and their teachers. Access to designated supports and assessment accommodations, I'll speak to that as well in a bit, but there are specific designated supports and assessment accommodations that have to be made for students, both in the classroom and during assessments, including your iReady and other local and district and statewide assessments that we have to ensure our students are getting. If not, that's an infringement on their rights, so it becomes an OCR issue. School structures and segregated tracks. We had a meeting with WERISA and had other meetings with specialists about some of the structures of our schools and the way that our district may appear to look like we're offering instruction to English language, to English learners or multilingual learners. It could appear, and from some of the structures that we have in place, like segregated tracks, meaning we're confining specific students, like newcomer students, to one classroom and moving them along that way. That's an Office of Civil Rights issue. We have to integrate them into the general educational platform.
But is that also our reality as a district?
Meaning?
That we do that to our EL learners?
That's what she's saying, yeah.
But that's illegal.
Yeah, but that's what's happening.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's illegal.
Right.
Yeah, so that practice, we have, now you can, through development of structures for English language instruction, end up saying, developing opportunities to say you're all in this one class and you three are English learners or whatnot. There are opportunities that we can allow for you to enter other classrooms to have that type of instruction in return, but you have to have full access to general education instruction as mandated by law. You cannot have your own curriculum and then everyone else accesses their own curriculum, which is a little bit of what's happening as well, and I understand the well intentions behind it, the good intentions, however, that's illegal, it can't be done that way. So that's gonna require, us looking into it. Grading scales, into teacher handbooks, that actually came out yesterday, but I think we're kind of working through that right now. I think that in conversation with, the ELD department and an update of a guidance form that was provided, it just looks like it wasn't updated, but it wasn't necessarily the practice. But the reason I leave that on there is that we have to be incredibly careful about what it is we're putting on paper and what it is that we are putting out for as a handbook. So for example, grading scales had EL students being assessed on a completely different grading scale. You can't do that, that's illegal. They have to be assessed in the same exact way that these other students are assessing. That doesn't mean you don't have accommodations and modifications. They can have those things, but the assessment of the students have to be the same.
Who's responsible for these policies and procedures
In district or in
in
federal?
district?
Directors need to be responsible for their departments. Ultimately, that's, I mean, from my experience in public education, directors oversee these processes. You have your people in place and you assign them specific roles and qualifications, and you look at their qualifications, what they can and cannot by law implement certain things. I did that with the entire curriculum department, sat them down, looked up every single person's job description, gave them assigned roles. For example, Heather Durham's in charge of sketchy coordination, so that's on the level of the state, and Jasmine Ramirez is the backup plan. I've restructured it so that there's always a small system cycle and there's resources and other people that can help. That I would say, from my own experience, directors are in charge of their departments. But that's just me.
There is a second person to review all this before?
I can only speak for the curriculum department. After I went in and started to look at what's happening within the curriculum department from all structural levels, we're talking pedagogy and instruction, financial piece of title budgets, purchases and inventory, which became another issue, and title compliances and things like that. Yes, I restructured the entire department. I meet with my team every single Monday at 8:30 a.m. and we don't stop meeting until we clear everything on the agenda. I do the documentation of notes and collect the agenda as required by law for all these meetings, and I put them all in there. So I can only attest to what I've been doing with the team that I support, but I presume that is what's happening.
There is a second person to look at all these stuff that is correct or not?
Within
Each director?
I can't speak to the other departments, I can only speak to
How about your
instruction. For me, yes.
Who's that?
I will say this, it's not her job to do it, I wouldn't put that out there, but Heather Derogi's become kind of my support in regards of reviewing certain things in compliance with 31A MTSS framework, because that falls in line with her DEIJ MTSS coordination. Jasmine Ramirez has been working hard, I've been kind of working with her about learning the certain function code numbers, which I'll review with you, so that she at least knows the school numbers, because that became a huge issue when I reviewed for you. So I'm trying to equip my team with the knowledge to be the balance, the checks and balances.
Yeah, so
to check each other.
you're bringing up the instructional concerns, because you're saying that because we're in non-compliance, we're about to lose money, or are you saying it's
Well,
about to?
there could be a lot more than that.
Could be other.
Yeah.
I got a question.
Yes.
So, after you guys, go through with any grants or whatever it is, does that all have to go and be reviewed and checked by the financial director?
What do you mean by the grant? Like in the?
Like the title funds, the
So
ESSER funds,
title
anything?
funds, they come with their own stipulations, mandates, their own like a plethora of, you have to spend extensive time if you're working with title grants, really knowing those grants inside and out.
Okay.
The budget is what the finance would oversee after what I see. So there's layers of accountability.
Right.
Does that make sense? So I would vet something, within my department, have some type of vetting going on with my team. The last portion of it would be to have it happen at the finance level, but there's different pieces to this, because account number creation, which I'll discuss in a minute, that doesn't happen at the finance department, that happens in the title, state, federal, who's now Wendy Thornton, but that didn't exist since 2019, it was just never filled. That's created by that specialist, and those numbers are directly tied with how money is pulled out through the district. So it wouldn't be created by the finance department, it's created.
Not created, but reviewed and authorized for that.
So the person that's in the curriculum department who's responsible for, the curriculum department works with the building administrators and MDE and create the budgets. Once the budgets are approved by MDE, then the curriculum department, now we have Wendy, 3 years ago we had Stephen Pitcock that was in that position. Since then, we haven't had anyone in that position. So the previous directors create the account numbers based on what the information that they entered in the budget that they got approved by MDE. They give a spreadsheet to the finance department. We put that in our system. The problem is for the last for this past year in particular, the finance department wasn't given any information until May to put into the system. And then once we got the information, we discovered within a matter of a week or two that the information was all wrong. All of the account numbers that we were given with the hundreds of thousands of dollars tied to them.
Pause here. So the account numbers were given to you by who, MDE or our curriculum department?
Our curriculum department.
So our department provided you with the wrong numbers.
Correct.
So this is an interpersonal central office issue, not an MDE issue?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're trying to explain, sorry, Sal, and you're trying to explain with your assessment that you're walking us through where there's issues structurally, but how does that affect the finance report? I think this is where I got lost.
I'll show you
Okay.
how we discovered it. I really want to walk you through this the way that I had to go through it. This is when I was put into this position. This is how I discovered it, and I think that's an important. I think it's important for you to know how the discoveries were made.
I just, one more question before
Yeah.
you continue. Is there not a rule or anything that they turn that stuff into you in a certain amount of time? And if there is a rule, why wasn't that protocol followed or?
Protocol was followed. The protocol is that the budgets are entered into the finance system when it's approved by the Department of Education. This past year wasn't approved by MDE until May 22. Budget started in July. Kept going, the curriculum director kept going back and forth with MDE. They would put in the budget, MDE would approve some things and not others, keep the budget back. So the finance department doesn't get the account numbers until it's, the entire budget is approved by MDE, which didn't happen until May.
I got a question. Also, we do have contract with consulting that help us in audit. We do audit every year, right?
And we've gotten good.
They couldn't find these old stuff that.
How have we not gotten audited, or how has our audit reports been so great, and there's this big issue that we're talking about today, not caught in any of the audits? How did that happen?
From my understanding, I am not familiar with who you're auditing personnel.
Ms. Lynham can talk
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah, so in the past, there wasn't an issue. When our auditors come in to do the annual audit, they come in to do a financial audit. They come in and they ask for information on all of our grants. And they do check some of the compliance issues, but they're not looking at this level of issues that we have with the academic side of it.
Are they not supposed to, or are they not doing it because?
Because they're not supposed to. They're here to do a financial audit. So when our auditors come in, there's not been this issue with the account numbers in the past. These issues have happened within the 21-22 school year, which has not been audited yet. The auditors will be here about a month from now. The last week of September is when our auditors will come in. And we're working now to clean up these issues that were created by previous director before the auditors come.
So a new director can come and work and mess up things and go, and we can't find, you know?
Oh, it sounds
we
like.
should have some system that.
Checks and balances
Yeah,
system.
checks and balances for everything, so.
Well, I was in constant communication with the director throughout the year, and I was saying, hey, we've got to get these account numbers in the system, we're paying people out of these grants, we are approving purchases out of, when purchases are made, it goes into our, purchase orders and into our system. The first approver is the building principal, if there's one, if it's district-wide, it's just the director. The next approver is the director of that grant, and then the final approver is me. So the grant director's going in and she's approving everything. Comes to me, I'm going to her saying, hey, still don't have the budget in the system. Are you sure this is going to get approved by MDE? Oh, yeah. I'm keeping a spreadsheet, I've got everything, and as soon as MDE approves it, then I'll give you the account numbers to put it into the system.
Okay. Why are we approving things that we aren't sure have been approved by MDE? Why are we approving purchases and spending money that is not guaranteed there for our district already, that MDE has approved already?
Unfortunately, with the title grants, that's the way it always works everywhere, because the title grants are a federal grant. They're on a different calendar year than districts. Their calendar year begins October 1st. Schools begin September 1st. So come July 1st, we have staff that needs to be paid. We have programs that need to get started when school comes back in the fall. So we always start, keep things going until the grants are approved, and it's never been an issue in the past.
Can you just put a thumbtack in possibly discussing who our auditor is for this year then? Because we've had, and you're gonna get back to it, I know there's a flow to this, but I'm trying to find it specifically. The ELD department's kind of been running a certain way for a long time, I'm gonna just leave it at that. If that's been missed in past audits, I understand what you're sharing, Sherry, but can we just possibly look for
A different auditor?
We can just see what our options are. It's our decision. And
Especially if they're missing things.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I want to give them a doubt. Maybe they weren't missing it, but I want to hear the rest of Ms. Hoffman's
Yeah,
presentation.
let me walk you a little bit more through it to give you a little bit more clarity.
And put in the parking lot.
Okay, let's just
So part
listen to the rest of the presentation.
Part of the roadie and instruction and the curriculum portion of this is also looking at assessment concerns. One of them is the designated supports that must be provided for in-class and district assessments that need to be in practice, so that we're not facing issues that we kind of had last year when stuff came along and we didn't necessarily have designated supports available. And so ELs were receiving some services, but other students did not during the assessment process. That is crucial, and the reason I say that is because everything is intertwined. It is like a web. So that problem alone could be attributed directly to the low scores that students that I showed you at the very, that I'll show you in a minute. It could be a reason our district scores are so low. And so in that whole ranking situation, those low scores, we very well could have students that could have done better had designated supports been available. And so I just need you to kind of know that every little thing touches something else, and it creates a domino effect as you start to look at the big picture. So I highlight some specific language for MDE supports and accommodation document guidance from their document. I won't go deep dive into it, but that's where some of our assessment concerns are. Also considering some of the things that happened. Sorry, I'll go back here real quickly. Some of the things that happened. There was a shift from NWE to iReady in the midst of a COVID year that could be attributed to the lower scores because students are not assessing through a new assessment. So I just want you to understand it's not just an instructional issue. The assessment issue could be from the changes that were made, the lack of training that teachers were able to get during a COVID year, and so many other things. The other thing that came up were kind of evaluative concerns. So by law and kind of MDE mandates, 40% of a teacher's evaluation is based on data. There were decisions that were made in the past. Again, I'm not assessing people or scrutinizing people. I'm just looking at the system. Decisions were made in the past to shift from reading assessments like TRA 2. Teachers were told not to use it. There was no collection of data in a data management system. That data is crucial for teachers. It's crucial for administrators to run PLCs for the evaluation process. These are things that are by law. You have to have in place in order to ensure the success of teachers and administrators. teachers and administrators cannot be successful if they don't have structures put in place to be able to drive the work that they need to have, that they're doing. So what I have is just 2 images. That's just the evaluative concerns process, but here's what the state is looking at. I'll just give you a brief description through the pictures that are available for anyone to access in my school data. This is public information. You have low scores. These are your scores for the latest MSTEP, PSAT, all that. Those are our scores as a district. However, what the state then looks at is the teacher effectiveness, right? Your teacher effectiveness is showcased as we have highly effective and high effective teachers, which I think we do. Put that out there. I think we have highly qualified individuals. However, when the state sees such low scores, and then they see us saying, well, we have really, really highly qualified teachers, that becomes the red flag. If you have highly qualified teachers, what is it that's going wrong that you have such low scores? In my assessment, I believe that is for lack of planning on the district's part in regards to a professional development plan that is long sustaining, right? That doesn't go just 1 year or one and dones. I think there's a district accountability in providing the resources that should have been unified across the school district. There should have been a shared vision and planning and things like that. And so while I do think we have highly qualified teachers, we do have low scores, and that's what the state looks at when they come to question and audit and do things like that. So that becomes a red flag. Another red flag is kind of that 31A at risk. So there was funding that we received under 31A. This is directly tied to Heather Duroni's job, MTSS. By law, if you are utilizing Section 31A funding, you are required to implement a K-12 MTSS framework with fidelity. While I know there was a person prior to, I remember and please don't quote me, but I think the story was that person left and MTSS kind of died with them. Administrators did a phenomenal job trying to work within their schools to build up their own MTSS. However, it was not a unified framework, nor was it publicly posted in the sense of providing the actual resources for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 supports and instruction, and nor was there, I would say, a deliberate plan put in place for access. And so that becomes a compliance issue. What that looks like is you're collecting funds for something that you are not implementing. There is no documentation for MTSS K-12 literacy, math, and behavior. There are some pieces of it and remnants of it that may exist in MyStar here and there, but nothing that you could actually pull out to an auditor and just say, here's what we have, here's, for them to access and go through. There are digital supports and things that I'll discuss later that we are implementing platforms to address, but ultimately, that didn't exist. The jobs that we have aligned for the MTSS platform and the compliance, so parapros we have to make sure can't give direct instruction, and making sure that we have certified highly qualified staff, and these job descriptions all needed to be posted into the GEMS and Mars system, which is on the state level.
Break down the acronym.
Oh God, I can't tell you that acronym, girl.
Okay, what is it for then?
GEMS and Mars is where
Yeah, that's for state reporting. I'm trying to think what the acronym stands for.
basically it's where you would input, like if you have a job that you posted, that you're funding out of any type of grant, 31A, Title I, Title II, Title III, Section 41, you name it, you have to upload that job description for the state for approval. And so all those, I will say, I don't think that's been done before, and if it has, it may be a long time ago.
Mr. Alhadi, is that being done now? Is that an HR responsibility?
No, that falls under the curriculum.
Is it?
For any time that it involves with curriculum, he wouldn't have access to GEMS and Mars.
Okay.
It's a tedious process to even get into it. Like it's a state approval, you have to fill out documentation.
Okay.
That would come under.
But that's being done now by you?
Yes.
Okay.
But
yeah.
It's on the
it's
list.
on the list of being done. I can't do that yet until I get approval for the positions from the state.
Yeah.
Like right now, what we're dealing with title funds, we're getting rejected on a lot of stuff. They're scrutinizing the title budgets, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And so I can't go in and upload a job description until she gives me the green light to put it up there.
It has something to come.
GEMS and Mars stand for the main acronyms of the electronic systems the state of Michigan has put into place to collect the data that Ms. Boudet is speaking of. So the state has oversight into the expenditures given the allocation for the grants. It's just an electronic bookkeeping system that the state uses to allocate funds, review your funds, approve your funds, and track your expenditures.
It actually stands for Grant Electronic Monitoring System, Michigan Administrative Review System. I can use it if you wanted the exact.
Thank you, I looked it up.
I can.
So yeah, that all has to be done, for all the title budgets. Title 1, 2, 3, and 4 has to be done for section 31A, and any one unfunded under section 41 as well. Our MTSS process too we have to have a deliberate focus of academic behavior and truancy, and there has to be data collection required for it. So an effective core instructional MTSS platform is supposed to look like that pyramid on the left. 80% of our students getting the instruction that they need, and then with the referrals. What the district currently has is an inverted triangle. A high number of students being reported to tier 2, tier 3 intervention. And again, I think that's due to lack of systems and processes, proper professional development, and an MTSS framework that should have been established at the district level and pushed out to teachers and administrators to access. The Title I improvement, improving basic programs one. So also what you need to know is that there was less funding allocated this year for the district, and there were higher salaries that came down due to new negotiations. So as we were planning for the next school year, we ended up having, I don't have the number offhand, but it was around $5 million last year. This year it's about $4 million and some change. So you had this budget that now came down this way, right? It dropped down. But you had teacher salaries that went up this way. So now you had less funding and no room for smaller schools like ECE, Holbrook, and things like that. The 1 or 2 people that were on their title budget consumed their entire budget. So all those extracurriculars, those activities, they couldn't exist. In many cases, we found that we couldn't even sustain those jobs. So what the curriculum department did is it teamed up with finance, and we were like, okay, the first thing we're gonna do is make sure that the title funded teachers and parapros still have their jobs, and that we don't have to move things around. We don't have to move people around or lay anyone off. What we did is we moved some employees as it was allowable from Title I to Section 31A. We moved some from Title I to Title IV. We're still waiting for approval from the state to do this. We are, correct me if I'm wrong, Wendy?
I'm over here now,
Sorry, are we okay for now, like in positions, I believe?
My last discussion with her was this afternoon, and we are in good standing.
So in regards to the jobs of teachers and paraprofessional, that was what we put at the high priority, that's what we did. The second layer to that then was deciding if we could split funding for some of the positions. So what we had to do is we had to take positions out of some of the schools, move them into Title IV to give some of these schools more funding so they can bring back field trips or bring back summer programs and so on and so forth. I hope that makes sense, but that was the priority of what we did with the title district, with the title funds at this time. Because we had less money, higher salaries to fill, not enough money to play around with. And what you can't do is say, okay, I'm just gonna use money from this school and I'll, because the high school gets $1.2 million, I'm gonna use it to pay for someone else's person. So you can't do that. We did have some jobs denied for title funding. There are supplanting and issues that we're facing. And so they're saying if you have a job that's funded and you can move it out, then you don't need it there. You can just go fund it from general budget. So we're getting a lot of pushback that way. Again, the issues with not uploading the descriptions into Gens and Mars, and the account discrepancies, pulling funds from wrong accounts, and this is causing the over expenditures that are perceived as fraudulent. And that's what I'll explain in a second. We had miscommunicated title budgets to principals. So I want to be clear, principals got a budget and they got line items that they thought were approved by MDE. This was no fault of their own.
Right.
However, when they were making the purchases based on these, number one, items that were not actually approved, and they were approved, they were under wrong numbers, they were causing deficits in the district and in their own budgets. Again, this was not their doing. That created the non-compliance with title mandates. We have to make sure that there are title committees, meeting notes, and documentations and ready for auditing. PARS logs for anybody that's working under the title budgets. Inventory, so I'm building up an inventory system right now with the secretary that I have for decommissioning, transfers, consumables for sustainable items that are coming directly out of the title budgets and placement for them. And then we're dealing with the supplementing and supplanting issues. And we're dealing with MDE rejections for line items across every single one of the budgets.
What's the PARS acronym?
Personnel activity reports.
We need to ask them.
So what that is that if you are funded by a title budget, you must document the time and the work that you have done. So like if you're a title teacher, you have to show like, I've worked this many minutes and hours with these students within that fund. And you can split fund these positions, but you have to have that documentation. And this is just kind of an overview. In the previous school year, you had 3,297 students. 2,929 were identified as low income. That gave you your funding for last year. However, you'll notice it dropped. So you had 181 less students enrolled, 195 less identified in low income. The low income identification is what gives you your title budget. What they allocate. So you dropped a significant amount, and every child counts actually. So examples kind of for you to understand some of the line items that were previously written by the previous director that we kind of lost fundings on. And this is what we're working to clean up. So for example, a Mango language year's license was purchased. It was purchased for middle school, it was purchased for high school. Number one, it was done illegally in the sense of it was not done with the permission of all of the administration or with the, I shouldn't even say permission, with the input of all the administration. That is a requirement of Title Fund. There was an allocation for $46,000 for all 7th grade and 8th grade students across the district, and an allocation for $74,276,000 for all high school. Of that, we only really needed $9,000 out of the $46,000, and we only needed $23,000 out of the $74,000. That was money that you cannot use for anything else now. That has to go back. Another thing is we had line items that were limiting. So for example, there was that book purchase that we talked about last time. I think Johanna, it was you. That we remember the big order of books. That was a line item that was written for a classroom library. It becomes problematic because it was written and it states a world language classroom. By law, I can't just say, oh, there's all these great books, let me just go give them to all the classrooms in our district. That's not how that works. There are some things that you can do with approval and with the documentation of inventory to allow for the use of things. But when we write line items like that, you are stuck to what you're writing for. Yeah. Unless you get to a point of amendments and you can change these things. So we had line items like that were written. Overspent items. So for example, we had 3 instructional coaches that we contracted. They were not within the district. What they were allocated was the way the line item was written was for 3 coaches, each of them working 37 hours for throughout the entire 12 months at 446 hours total at $85 an hour. They each were supposed to only spend $37,929. However, when I got in June, June is when I took it in. May is when the previous director left, but I got access to all this. June, I received an invoice from one of the coaches for, I want to say $10,471 for 1 month alone. I went back to review some of the previous invoices, and that's when I found there was extreme, that's how much they were charging a month per person. I had to let them go this year. If we're gonna invest that level of money of $10,000, $11,000 a month into coaches, then those coaches are gonna be in-house and in our district. But ultimately what that caused is that a huge deficit in that line item number. So we had to supplement that money and go find money to cover what they spent. Those were approved. It goes through an approval process by the previous director.
So where's the money coming from now that we have to cover all of these?
This is where we're working on. Unfortunately, ESSER funds are gonna have to be used to rectify a lot of this.
How much damage is it? What's an estimate?
I can't give you an estimate because every single day I'm finding something new.
So you find it in your own voices. Do we approve a purchase every time and tell us how much is it?
When you go through the approval process of anything that goes through, I'll just speak again for the curriculum department. I get a line item, I'll get a purchase list to say a school runs it out. It also will get filtered through me. If a person is like a coach is sending me an invoice, I have to go in, check the line item, I have to see if it's actually still budgeted for. I have to then go see that account number that you see on the right-hand side. I have to make sure that's actually the right account number that it's being pulled out of. And so there's a lot of steps that I have to take just to approve a single item. I don't know if those processes were done before.
For the coaches, for example, for the coaches, is that something that the board would have had to approve and didn't happen, or that's your guys' discretion?
No, because, that wouldn't be a board approval thing. They were allocated a certain amount of funding. They were supposed to only spend $37,000 that year. That it would be like a regular purchase or anything that goes through title funds.
How did we not catch that they are over the allowed amount of money?
And there is invoices been hitting.
And then,
Because the invoices go to the director is approving them. After she approves it, it comes to me, and she's approved it. That's my reassurance, that's my assurance that this director has made sure that it's in the budget and is approved or will be approved.
Can we say that,
So,
Sharon?
right.
Back up, so, the director of police department, you said that's your assurance for what?
That it's in the budget. If it's not in the budget, the director should not approve it.
Right.
But aren't you supposed to check over that as the financial director?
I don't go back to Meg's, sometimes I do. I mean, you know, 'cause just as an oversight of different programs, sometimes I do go back to the Meg's budget and check and see, is this in there? But generally, no, because it's the director's responsibility to manage those budgets and the expenditures that are coming out of those budgets.
And that was
So
one
to
month.
not approve something, if it has her approval, then I'm not gonna go back to Meg's and look to see is Wadon telling the truth. Because Wadon is certifying that this is something that is in the Meg's budget.
So what you told me that the director was not submitting all the invoices to you to get approved.
The director has already approved them before it comes to me. I'm the final approver.
So
So-
did you,
Yeah.
did you approve them?
Yes.
So why are we having a problem now if we approved?
Because nobody checked.
Can I give an example?
Yes.
It would be like if I submitted grades, Principal Kiner trusts my ability as a teacher to submit grades. So we don't want him to spend his time to audit my grade keeping.
But this is
Respectfully,
different.
that's vastly different. You're grading for
Yeah.
multiple students for your classroom. The directors are in charge of budgets that still have to go, and I'm not just saying this calling out, but you are literally you're the check in the checks and balances. That's kind of where I'm getting lost.
Right, and my process for being the checks and balances for the grants, if something comes to me and it has not been approved by the director, then I'm not going to approve it. Or say the director is on vacation.
So did the director approve all this?
Yes,
So it has come to you,
it
right?
comes to me after the director has approved.
For a final approval.
Yes.
Can we take a 5-minute recess, please?
Right.
I need to stretch my legs, and I feel like it's gonna get longer. Anyone opposed?
The reason we
Yeah.
asking this
So,
question
one
is
second.
we wanted to find where the problem
Could have been stopped.
stopped, yes. And
And who's responsible for
And,
it?
and further, for further, we wanted to make sure we're not getting to this mess again. And how should we stop this mess? And where should we stop it? Because I don't understand where it's gonna stop.
I'm gonna share with you guys later some possible solutions, that I have in place, but ultimately, it was a perfect storm, I would say. What I would say is this. The perfect storm in the sense of you have COVID, you have very minimal oversight, you have understaffed departments, you have had 3 directors in this seat that I'm sitting in right now, in less than 2 years. That type of turnover will create this type of oversight, so it's very difficult, but ultimately, like when I went in, and again, I can only attest to the things I've done. I've scrutinized every single line item, I have rejected line items, I have pushed things back. And there's an academic piece to this that maybe she may not be aware of in regards to alignment with things, strategic plans and things like that should have never even got to this point with the previous director. I really don't like to, I just wanna say this on a personal level, I don't like to throw anybody under buses. I don't like, you know what I'm saying? I don't like to bring up people who are not here to attest to their intentions or the things they have done. What I can say is, in assessing the system and the line items that are present today, that was part of the issue that was highlighted, and I know that what we're working on right now with Wendy, day in and day out, constantly. I mean, I was in meetings yesterday from 8 o'clock in the morning until literally almost 4. I barely could even touch an email. Dealing with MDE and title issues to get a budget that we can approve by the state. They have yet to approve us.
But that's the thing, okay, you guys are running, we are being right in circles, because I understand, we really need a recess, please. I'm just gonna take a break, but ultimately, we are all in understanding that the final budget does get approved through you, Ms. Lyman, correct? So I understand the multiple directors and the turnover and yada, 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 but you have been a very consistent part of our district for a very long time. You actually, I think, were hired by Tom when we almost were brought in by the state. So you, of all people, respectfully, should understand the heaviness of being able to triple check something, especially things as rigid as grant dollars.
Wasn't there any red flags that may have popped up, or, you know?
Well, part of the problem is last year, the state was going through a systems change where they were changing from the MEG system that they had been under for many years to what they call a Nexus system.
Sure.
Ordinarily, the grants are approved by July, August.
Sure, I do.
MDE kept pushing back they kept pushing back the timeline for when the budgets could even be entered into the MEG system.
Although that makes sense so far, yes.
Meanwhile, time is going by.
Yes.
We're now into a new school year.
Yes.
We have new contracts that are starting for staff that are in the new budget.
Yes.
So we're going on basically blind faith that once MDE opens up the system so that we can put the budgets in and approve the budgets, that these things are going to be approved by
Sure,
next.
but regardless of whether or not you change systems or MDE approves of it, accessing grants and stipulations for grants has not changed in decades, and it's the same in any other field. I would never accept a research grant without making sure I hit the stipulations for how much I can use for staffing, how much I can use for allocating materials, how much I can use for medications. Grant dollars have always had rules attached to them, regardless of whatever was going on with the state, with MDE, with us, with these systems. Grants have restrictions, and we are still asking how come directors and our finance director both miss that there is stipulations that should have been met that were not met. Because I did inquire, just going back to something simple as the books, I asked about those books. He got an earful about it, because I was like, how are we dropping the ball on certain things? This isn't an issue with MDE, this is a specific issue, again, going back to central office has an issue with checks and balances. And the board is asking about it because you guys are making it seem like essentially crap hit the fan and this audit year is gonna be hell in a handbasket. And now we're all sitting here as a board who's gonna also potentially have 3 new faces coming in, and they're gonna have to deal with a complicated budget. So this is where the frustration of I'm not gonna speak for everyone, but
Two phases?
he's new anyways, but it's
I do wanna clarify something.
it's just the frustration. You guys have to understand why the board members are being frustrated now, because this is the first time, regardless of all of these stories you're giving us, this is the first time we were hearing about, hey y'all, did you know that they spent an obscene amount of money and we are catching it now? That is actually why the board is frustrated, because we were trusting that our central office administrators are doing their part, because we don't have those jobs. It's not our full-time jobs. We're not here 5 days a week. We literally get paid like $50 a month to show up to this room and trust you guys. And for you guys to try to play in our faces that it's more complicated and that it was blah, 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 is not true. And I would appreciate if there was some accountability on, hey, we dropped the ball and this is what we'd like to do, instead of giving me 4 or 5 different stories about why it probably was because this old director. Like you said, we've had multiple directors, but at the end of the day, Ms. Lyman, and I mean this respectfully, you were the person that was the final approver, and you have not given us any other reason beyond there's multiple things in this program. Sorry about that.
Okay, you know what, let's take a 5-minute break.
Yeah, but can I address something?
Please,
I wanna address this because, I heard the word we.
I'll speak for myself.
No, like in the we of like, we are presenting to you something. What I'm presenting to you is something that Without
your,
bias, I am bringing something to your table. Why it was never brought to your attention before
it's not your
is
fault.
not my doing.
No, it's
And I
not.
agree.
We're not trying to
Thank you
blame
for
anyone.
doing that. And-
Thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Because
and
nobody
bringing,
has brought this.
because nobody else has brought this to our attention.
This is
And
the
there's
first
been,
time you bring that
there's
to
been
our
prior,
attention.
like you said, multiple directors that have come previous to you, and not one has presented something like this when this should be presented to us all the time. We've asked multiple times for these kind of presentations, and they haven't happened. So let's just take a 5-minute break and come back at 9:30, 9:28.
I stated it, but I also say it again at the end, that was where the problem happened. But, I mean, to me, it's like, it needs to be addressed, it needs to be highlighted, people need to know the truth, there's
Just hold
I'm assessing the system and process, I'm not looking to blame people. I'm glad you did it. Glad you did it. Glad you did
I have thoughts.
In the same goes for the academics. 3 years ago, we had Dickinson last, almost a priority school, not quite in the return. None of the others had any academic issues. We got out. We had the MDE capital in place, and they threw it out.
I mean, I heard this was coming, like little bits and pieces, but I got thoughts for them too. I
I mean,
got
I'm
lots of thoughts.
real honest, that's where I want, I'm pretty transparent, pretty honest.
Did they have heads up though, that they were
No.
gonna get this?
Oh, no, I don't actually know.
I mean, it's,
I mean, it doesn't, I'm not saying that they should.
I need to make a sign.
No, I'm just trying to understand, like, is this really just a blind side?
But for 2 years, they sat and asked not one question ever, for 2 years.
But did they not read the data, like, does this stuff not get seen as,
I
cause I'm
honestly
new, I'm so
cannot
new.
speak for anyone.
Are you a new teacher?
I'm a new high school teacher, and I came,
Last year.
thank you, no, this is my 3rd year. But it's I'm new to coming to the board meetings, and trying to understand what's going on.
Mr. Alder.
See, even if you.
Yeah, I've been bugging you about grants.
I got some questions.
You're like, what? Yeah.
No, I almost didn't come today.
Yeah, that's right.
I almost didn't come today, but about a million members called me throughout the day, they're like, I just had an uneasy feeling after I kind of go to speaking. I was gonna say, no, because it wasn't about this, it's just like a general feeling that people are picking up a vibe about stuff that I have vibes about. And I was gonna say, oh, you wanna know? I was like, no, I'll go, this is my job. Now we won't be here until 11. Right.
Oh, this guy was so funny.
I know.
Good
I
kid
didn't know what
is
you
good
said.
dog.
You know what I'm saying?
Good dog.
Let's try. You just got to make it.
Thank you, I appreciate you.
All right, I'm gonna say.
So excited.
Right, you can listen to it, yeah.
I'm gonna listen right now. My comment is gonna make it at the end, must be your old and I'm gonna listen. Right? I love y'all, but, right? That's the thing, in the morning, I'm gonna be a little harsh with you. Good, right?
That's great. It's like, there should be no shortage.
Oh. Girl. Yeah. I can't. I cannot. Have a nice one.
Wait, your husband's gonna show?
I know. I gotta watch it. Oh, you know, watch it. Right, you can listen to it all the way. I will not reclaim my time. You can't.
You know, almost holes.
I was in my time too.
You gotta figure out, because like our sophomore and junior English, like you know, juniors.
Where?
We might have to hire a new teacher.
Good.
But then we have to find
I know he does.
They're like the stars, like legit, that,
I know, but that's why I love you. I don't think they want you. Girl, I love you. No, I don't think they want to hear from me.
It's great.
I don't think they want to hear from me.
I
mean, all this other stuff. I don't think about it.
Because I went to the.
You got too much.
I'm like, she's like, pile, like, what's that pile like? And she showed me, I'm like, we might hit 1,200. We have one room that's not used, but it's like a room that's like.
I'll be back here.
It's our storage.
I was gonna say.
Like, it's really-
Are you sure? I was gonna say, what did they say?
It's
Are you
like a
really
whole-
sure?
I mean, I unpack.
We'll figure it out. But we'll figure it out. It's just like, but like I said, we might, like, seriously.
Right? Well,
But then we have to wait for, like, we have to wait for people who, like, till everyone show up. You know?
Right, no, I understand.
You brought the
I
hat.
was gonna say, I didn't know
Well,
that.
no, this is- This sounds like, but like whenever I talk to you,
Yeah, I know.
yeah, I was like, hey, the bad news, this course, maybe you can send this and that course.
Yeah.
Like, we can put her junior English.
Right.
And then,
I didn't get to
Bylaws
them
too.
until
We're
like
like,
last
okay, maybe she
spring,
can work on learning workshop.
summer.
Sophomore goes off the charts.
Oh, is that?
So
So that
hopefully,
was a
with
rush
those
to
two
put all
classes, will
of
bring it
these
down to
things.
like 20,
It's not really
29.
so bad, it looks like, and actually what's kind of confused now, I have this cabinet.
Which is good.
And I would feel like, just.
So it's good, it's a good thing to have.
So I just started reading it,
Yeah,
environmental.
we're gonna have some.
I agree, I'm interested in it.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's
right.
about
I think I remember what happened.
She got first and last year, we have to approve that.
Oh,
Because we
girl.
can,
I won't take that.
Is she running as junior
The
English?
teacher before me left, that was so nasty. I had her in my head and vacuum out
She has
all the
it.
doors.
Environmental.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm just like, use junior English, because you, like,
Yeah.
technically,
Yeah.
your standards are your standards, but whatever you teach around doesn't matter. That's the standard. I could ask her about that, say, hey, like, I know, like, you
Right,
use
no,
junior English,
no, I just feel like
you
you
need
leave
the
crumbs and
standards.
stuff that have probably been here before you even got there. That's happened.
Oh, yeah, no,
Well,
no.
I mean, that's how you get money, so I made
Yeah.
sure
I like
she.
that, you're bringing me back.
I get it back, you know. I know, I didn't say it. Get it back.
No, there's gonna have to, yeah, it'd be like.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. You know what time he said he's here?
I thought he said 9:28.
Oh, yeah.
We got one more minute.
Oh, you're waiting for their approval? Nah, I don't think so.
And I don't know when it will be that they're actually.
Very long time, long night, whatever it is,
We gotta finish today.
Yeah, it's already 9:30.
Well, I think I got a lot to think about now.
But I think, you know, I know, I also think it's very late, but I think it's important for all of our professionals' time who are still here. You know, that we try to power through.
Maybe we still have another presentation.
No, that's for us.
So then we get the policy.
Well, no, it doesn't. And then we have our action items too.
Resolution 6.
Do we?
Oh, there it is.
Can we table the action items till the next, to the regular board meeting? Oh, thank you.
No, but this is now, this is what we
Seriously saving my life.
I'm so pissed.
Yeah, I gotta keep my sugar.
All right, let's, for the sake of time, we're gonna, cap the meeting to no later than 11 p.m.
If it gets
If it gets to that point. All right, we have, so we're not blaming anybody at this moment, we're not, but we have answers that need to be addressed. I kind of blame myself as a board member because this is our responsibility to ask these questions prior. We have asked multiple times if we can get detailed, finance reports that includes everything, and it hasn't been done. Not just this year.
You haven't asked me though.
Not you, no.
Okay.
This is, yeah, but we've asked previous to you multiple times for these kind of reports, and they've never been brought up. So thank you for bringing them up to our.
I will be more than happy to share with you, once I get a title budget, I will link you up to the entire spreadsheet. You are more than welcome to have access to it. It will include the district budget, Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, and you will have all the level school budgets as well for you to have oversight over. I just cannot give it to you right now because we do not have an approved budget. And I don't want to share a spreadsheet that can then, that won't be the approved one and it will change.
So, before you
Also-
continue, approval through what?
MDA.
MDE. And we have been working with them nonstop since I got into this position and since Wendy got hired in less than a month ago.
Mhm.
Nonstop, every single day, on meetings that last till well beyond work hours. And we're closer to an approved budget, but nowhere near the end.
What's,
Not only the financial aspect, you know, also the scoring, the ranking, all these
They're all
information.
interconnected.
This information we've never shared with us at all. All the time we've been asking this, not with you with that, but we've been in the previous, it's been hitting, now we are getting slammed with it.
And that's why we hired Hanover as well for unbiased data.
Hanover will play a crucial part in another compliance piece, but that's a whole separate issue.
Thank you.
I'll just leave you with the last line item for legally bound when we're writing out the.
Yes, please.
Legally bound line items. For example, this line item that was written was about launching a trauma support center for the district, $72,000, $555, was allocated for this. HPS does not have a trauma support center. I literally have been working with Melanie, Mr. Nagy, Jasmine Ramirez to establish a trauma support center, it looks like we basically are robbing them, saying we have something we don't. So the good news is we're going to have a trauma support center to support our refugee families and families that need it most, but we're in that process.
Can you provide a description of what the trauma support center, what kind of trauma the support center will address?
Yes, I will need time, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie
Oh,
to you,
yeah.
I'm swamped, like, there's no other, yes, but once that is, it has to go into approval as part of like the process that I have. It'll go into our system as a program or something that we're offering, so it'll be, and since it's title funded, I have to by law document it.
But up to now, we've been saying that we had a trauma center and we've been taking the monies from the state.
How long have you been doing that?
That line item says that there was a trauma support center is launched, that we're launching that this year. We did not launch one this past year, at all.
Is this money been funded for how
This
many?
was last,
This is the first time.
Is this the first time?
Yes.
Glad this is the first time.
Title two,
Should be no time.
Title two, supporting, effective instruction, that's where a lot of the number discrepancies, also pulled funds from wrong accounts. There was no evidence of professional development that was aligned to MyKIP and district strategic framework, no evidence of long-term professional development planning and sustainability. We are pretty much going to get hit with train the trainer model like from MDE. They're not gonna approve anything unless you have that. Coaching cycles and leadership positions, they want that in district instead of continuously outsourcing that, which I totally completely agree with. I believe there was a presentation that was given to you guys back in February, not by me, but I believe the previous director, so I have to give credit where credit is due, where she highlighted grow your own programs and coaching and aspiring administrator programs. Those are the kind of things that the funding will pay for. And then most of Title II was transferred to Title I though in the past, which you are allowed to do. So you are allowed to move Title II and Title IV funds to Title I. However, they function in different capacities. So understanding that if you're moving things from Title II, which is specific for supporting effective instruction and professional development, and you're putting it in Title I, what essentially ended up happening is you're just buying more things, for lack of better words. You're buying more things and not giving the instruction and support, the professional development the teachers need. So while that was moved, I can't, again, attest to the intentions of why that was done by the previous director, but that is what's been done and moved over. The only thing I can tell you is it does make it easier for a person to spend out, because it is incredibly rigorous and very time consuming to get approvals from MDE. Sometimes the easiest thing to do is to move things to another title and call it a day. And so we did not do that this year. In the new budget proposed, we did not move any Title II funds out of Title II. We are dedicating that specifically to supporting teachers and supporting administrators across the district, as where it was intended to be. Title III, there's just a language assistant program that we have to make sure that we are utilizing our funds appropriately. There is going to be a concern on putting this all on the radar for everyone. The district is growing at a high rate of EL learners, meaning if you have a classroom, and Dearborn Public Schools, when I worked for them, faced the same issue. If I have a classroom of 80% of my students are EL learners, I must be by law a certified ESL endorsed teacher. So in communication with the the EL department, there is a program that I believe Hamtramck has for ESL endorsement supports and tuitions. We really need to bring that back so that we can prepare our teachers for when that, whatever the threshold is, I gave you 80% as just an example. But when we get to a point where our students are at a high number of EL, which we're already at 65%, the teacher that serves them must have an ESL endorsement.
Where did it go? You said to bring it back.
I
It's still-
don't know where it went. I think it's still there.
It's still the program? The
ESL
endorsement? Yeah, it's still.
It just needs to
And
be,
there's no cap.
kickstarted and relaunched, through the ELD department. And I had conversations with, the EL.
Are you talking about the PD or are you talking about?
No, the ESL
I'm
endorsement.
just trying to find the distinction. Are you
EL
talking about the for endorsement? For the
we-
endorsement, right?
Yes, the endorsement.
It's still ongoing.
Yes, so it just needs
Just
to be
an
brought
encouragement
back,
for more.
highlighted, broadcasted to all teachers for us to encourage them to become ESL endorsed. This will save us in the long run issues like Dearborn ended up facing, where they had to lay off teachers who were not endorsed to push in to support those, or moving them out of classrooms that had ESL students to general ed classrooms, or to support general ed kids who did not have that. if we could start preparing our teachers to have the ESL endorsement, it would protect them in the long run.
So we approved this EL endorsement.
You have it.
We approved it. I don't know if it was last year or the year before. I
Yeah,
can't.
Probably 2 years
it's
ago.
there.
2 years ago.
It's there.
Just 1 second. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say real quick, we used to have, a few years ago, there was a cohort of an EL endorsement program. As you were saying, I believe it is still going on, so there are teachers that are still in the pipeline, but there hasn't been a new one. I think that's where we're at with it.
So, from my understanding was that we piloted the program and we had X amount of teachers become coaches.
Not coaches.
Or not coaches, but
They're certified.
certified, yeah. Did it just end there? Did nobody else do it?
No, they can
I
still
think
begin at
COVID-
any time.
I think COVID played a role in it,
It
but
just-
mind you, ESL endorsement, that means you're going back to college.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you're getting an endorsement, so it's not a one-time thing, it was like a 3-year process, it's 18 credit hours, 21 credit hours, something like that, in addition on top of. So the district does offer a tuition reimbursement to help teachers become certified in ESL.
Mhm.
So it's just, what I'm saying is, it needs to be started back up, because if we ever find ourselves in this situation, again, I'm very proactive. I work in the sense of preparing for what's to come. So if we have a high number of EL, let's say some of the OCR issues come to light, and people are complaining about EL, designated supports and accommodations and whatnot, you're gonna have people that then scrutinize and come into the system and want to then review all these processes. If they find a high number of EL students that are not being supported by an ESL endorsed teacher, that opens up another issue. What I'm saying is, you have this program, needs to be highlighted, you need to encourage your teachers to take it, it's available, from my understanding, it has not moved, and so we just put it out there so that we can preempt anything that is coming, because you're high number of votes.
I got just real quick. So, is this something that we can make a requirement to get within X amount of years for teachers?
Yes and no, like, so that would be something that you would have to reach out to for legality. I do know that in Dearborn, what we implemented is, as we found ourselves in this type of situation, any new hirees that came in, signed a contract to get the ESL endorsement within the first 3 years, because that was a requirement of the district, because the district was being identified as high EL. Anyone that it was already in the district was not forced to
Right,
do it.
because of-
They were highly encouraged through a program very similar like this. But the ones that didn't had to be moved into classrooms where
Right.
they were not serving a high EL population.
Have we started that where new hires are being told?
I'm just bringing
Can
this to your
can that?
Janelle?
Is there? Can you speak about it? Can you speak on it?
No, we don't put that condition on any new hires. For lack of better words, we don't have that kind of leverage to put on new hires. We're in need of new hires if we can get them with the endorsements that we can get.
But if you're giving them a 3 years
I mean,
period,
If we can get them in with the idea that they'll eventually go into this program and they're interested in, that's an incentive. We tell them, this is the program that we have, the connection, I get them with the EL department and their connection to Wayne State, so on and so forth. But right now, we're in such need of the teachers to fill the positions that we have openings,
In general.
that's not something that we can put a condition on them. If they're able to come in with that endorsement that we have, that's great.
Mr. President, if Janelle can speak, she works directly with the folks in for the certification. Was there something you want to share?
Yeah, I just wanted to, so the previous administration created this document that when a new hire came in and did not have the ESL endorsement, they signed that they would get it within 3 years. The last time that document was used was before, probably a year ago. And up to that point, that document was used. So, there still are 2 teachers who are completing their, endorsement. One was a new hire 2 years ago, and he's the last one. He still has a few courses to finish. But we've had probably 10 to 15 teachers over the last 2 to 3 years go through this program. The concern I have always had is that there's nothing that promises that the teachers are gonna stay once they get the endorsement. So we have had teachers who have left after they've gotten their endorsement. And that is a lot of money, but, you know, so that might be something to consider in the future, if that's even possible, I don't even know, so. But it is still an ongoing program, it just, yes, it does need a kickstart, to get fresh people in.
Thanks,
I have a
John.
question for you, because this is something you would be able to answer. If we do have that as a requirement, or not a requirement, but if we say we're gonna pay for it, like, for example, at the hospitals, they say, you know, if you do this, we'll give you a bonus for X amount of dollars, but then you're signing a contract that you're gonna stay with us for X amount of years. Is that legal with, or?
That is something, but again, that would be something that we'd have to review with, district,
Okay.
attorneys, but has it been done before? Yes.
Okay,
That's evil.
it's not evil, I mean, that's how,
A lot
that's
of-
how you
A lot of
obtain.
organizations, non-education wise, do that. Procter and Gamble, for example, will have people get certain certifications, go on to higher education, and they will ask you to sign a contract. If you leave before that contract is, or that
You
time
repay
is
the
done,
money,
you pay
right.
back your time, you are paying back the organization program.
Right. Okay.
I'm
So-
just putting that at the forefront. It's gotta be part of discussion. It's not an easy solution, and it's not something that's gonna solve overnight. I'm gonna move into the next two components really quickly. Meaningful access to core curriculum, that's a development where Heather Dorby is right now working directly for MTSS Tier 1 instruction to guarantee all students have access to that. The law stipulates that we have to support ELs to access the core instruction in the classroom, so we can't have them, on a specific program on the computer learning something while the rest of the class is being taught something else. That's illegal. Direct English language development instruction can also be supported, so, but it has to be by a certified ESL endorsed teacher. I was gonna show you that, but I'm not gonna get into the next review. So current issues that we're facing, this is out of our control, but the issue with Nexus. Megs has not been merged with Nexus completely, which is the system in which we do our title grant work. This causes great delay in the title grants that I just mentioned to you. So they do have, at the level of MDE, serious issues with Nexus. I'm putting that out there because I don't want you to think that this is just all our issue. And there are some issues with MDE. Title, account numbers, wrong function codes, and things like that. And I show you a brief example at with the 211-111-5110 versus the number right next to it, which changes the 5110 number to a 5990. That 5110 in that specific area indicates classroom supplies used within the classroom. 5990 in the other number indicates supplies that are used that are not in the classroom. So when you put in that, let's say you put in 5990, but you were actually using it for classroom instruction, you're pulling funds in a wrong manner, if you will, right? And that's if you were just changing that type of number to a number that existed. And the number right below it, you'll notice that center number 001 versus how it changes to 010, which is a lot of the issues that we found in some of what we discovered when we did this year's work. The first number basically pulls funds from the district. We're identified as 001. The second number pulls funds out of Dickinson West. So that number change right there, by one mistake, by that number, is depleting Dickinson West out of their funds and leaving district funds where they are, and vice versa. So what does that mean? Requires a massive cleanup. Journal entries have to be made. Those are time consuming, line item by line item, on the district level, the school level budgets, and it's done across every single Title 1, 2, 3, and 4. Including 31A if need be, but those weren't really touched by anyone else. Those were done predominantly by Sherry, and those are all clean. The over expenditures of programs and promises and coaches, so that was the issue I showed you. The promises that were made and coaches that were paid out more than they should have. What we have done is I will take this, I can own this, I've cleaned stuff out. And I know there's probably gonna be frustrations from administration or teachers even, but I basically put a halt on new things in the sense of looking at our academic structures, making sure they're completely aligned with my KIP, completely aligned with the district strategic framework, the vision, all that good stuff. We will slowly build that back up, but I am not in a position where I can say I am confident to move any faster than I am right now. Lastly, sorry, go ahead.
Do we not have somebody in admin building in the central office that checks those numbers before they are processed, or is there some?
Originally, that was the title specialist position that Wendy just took over,
Okay.
but that was not filled since 2019.
So nobody's been doing it?
No.
Okay.
And so it's been done by the director since the position was not filled.
The person
Same
in this
person.
seat was doing it, but I will, in the defense of anybody who's playing that position, that is not something you can go in and just know how to do.
Right.
It requires, you need to know what you're doing with that.
Right. Okay.
So right now, completion of the new consolidated app is requiring detailed review, updates on any non-compliance, and we're working side by side with the specialists throughout the approval process. We have not stopped, we're directly working with them. So what you will get as an approved budget, know that it is one that was created alongside the specialists from MDE. Every single line item has been scrutinized by them, they've made us change wording, numbers, you name it, we're doing it. So where we are, I told you we're working with the specialists, we've met some mandates, made sure that the homeless and foster care liaison requirements, 1% family and parent reservations are there, the private school services that, again, are follow the student. So if they're in private schools, we sent them their money, or we will be. Working directly with the specialists on the approval of that budget, and we're working to see if there's any carryover. So understand in November, any carryover that is left over, we get a certain amount of that, I believe 10%. And then you're allowed amendments at that time from your approved budget, and you get dispersed the final 5%. The federal government only gives us 95% right now. They give you the rest of the 5 in November, December. Excuse me. So
You need
that's
water? Yeah, take a
tough
sip.
today. So that's where we'll get a little bit more monies, but again, it has to be deliberately planned out, and then we will meet with MDE specialists. And I want to give credit to Wendy Thornton back there. She's a quiet soul, but man, this woman's a beast and has been working on this nonstop with me. So I gotta give credit where credit is due. And she'll be working with them all throughout the year to make sure that we're compliant. Discussing oversights and audits with the district can do moving forward. Wendy and I have been talking about how to prepare. I'm gonna put this out there. I do think, just from experience and in connections with MDE and our conversations, I don't think it's going to be a matter of if audits are going to come, it's going to be when. I am optimistic about the transparency. I've been thorough with the team that I have about every single thing. I'm always gonna give you guys answers. You're not gonna like them half the time, because I'm pretty cutthroat honest about them. But this isn't my money, this isn't your money, this isn't anyone's money, this is the kids' money. It follows these children, we owe them that by law.
Yeah.
And so, we're assessing, internally auditing ourselves right now. We're stabilizing and restructuring all of it, every single thing, so the relevant departments. So if there's a lack in the curriculum department, which I will tell you is understaffed, I'm crazy working left and right, it's unbelievable. But I'm gonna always bring that to you. I'm gonna bring it to the table, and I'm gonna tell you, here's what I have, here's what we need to do, here's what has to be done. And that's where we stand with that. ESSER mandates, I connected with Tony about getting teachers and para, maybe, I think it was, teacher and para, to start the ESSER committee. That is a mandate before we can do the expenditures. There are mandates about 20% learning loss, allowable expenses and things like that. I'm not gonna get into the rest of the stuff, but I'll get you into this section here. The learning loss has 5 specific components, and we work directly with Kevin in a conversation with Wendy, Sherry, and I. These are the 5 components that address learning loss. So even though we have $7 million to spend, I wanna put this out there. We have $7 million to spend toward learning loss. It is not an easy $7 million to spend. It isn't, and we only have till September 2024 to liquidate that. They have those components, assessments, implementing evidence-based practice, monitoring students who need assistance, communicating with parents and families, tracking student attendance, engagement, but only in remote learning. You can use this to have positions, like a truancy position. However, if you have that for tracking students in remote learning, that truancy position could perhaps support VLI, but can only support the remote students. And so communication with parents, that's where ideas of communication personnel that can support that to make sure you're compliant with communication pieces, website issues, all that good stuff, translations, connections with families, you name it, that's the whole thing. Monitoring students, you have the ability to hire personnel to support you. It gives you 2 years to fund those positions with the understanding that the district has to then support this. They require data collection, and then you have to come back and say, well, we hired this particular truancy person, and we noticed our attendance increased 27%, whatever the case may be. There's a lot of rules and stipulations that follow that. So learning loss will be something addressed through the ESSER committee, and the $7 million planning will start planning when that happens. So causations, again, I assess systems and processes, not people. It's not my place. I found that some of the causations of the issues we have are title specialist positions that were not filled since 2019. If I ever die and get hit by a bus, my biggest recommendation to you is do not ever let that position go. If Wendy ever leaves us, which I hope she never does, it needs to be filled in like yesterday. That position cannot be left like that. You had 3 directors in less than 2 years. It's not an excuse, it's your reality as a district. That type of turnover, with the very little that I was left behind, I got a lot more from the previous director who existed prior to the one before me that was left in a footprint or a drive. Got very little from the last, and again, not blaming, I'm just saying I didn't have much to work with, so a lot of discovery processes had to be put in place. We do have understaffed departments in central office. We have to look at them, restructure them, assess the jobs that we have. Do we need to, shift things around and give to people different responsibilities? Perhaps that's the case, but I suggest an internal auditing that happens internally prior to someone coming in to do it for you. The lack of accountability and tracking systems, I think there are things that we're building up, and the lack of compliance are gonna be some of the issues that we're facing. So some of the solutionary actions, I know this has sounded grim, and I know y'all wanna kill me, but here's stuff that's been happening that we're incredibly proud of. Again, I'm highlighting the team behind me. We've aligned our literacy curriculum assessments and supports and interventions and data collection. We are going to look at math and require a curriculum review cycle and a curriculum selection process. That will be in due time. There's continuous work on the title budget cleanup. That has not stopped since the moment we got access to it. There's continuous collaboration with the title specialists, WARESA and MDE. We're creating professional development committee. Again, Tony, I think you emailed me about that. For PD hours, so there's mandates for PD hours for instructional time, and we're gonna meet that HFT contractual compliance with that, right? To make sure that we have this committee to help us support our teachers and our administrators. And then the ESSER committee, again, for compliance, that's being created. There's an inventory spreadsheet that we're creating. Jasmine Ramirez, thank you so much. She's gonna be tracking any type of budget purchases that are coming through the curriculum department for us to have tracking of. We're working on the development of the MyKIP teams. I know we've developed a new goal, so if it makes you happy, we have 2 goals in our MyKIP, not 1, which is the minimum requirement by the state. We launched literacy, math, and science committees. Shared visions have been posted on the website for transparency and alignment. Other things, Hanover Research for data and stakeholder voice, that will be included, and that's crucial to the work that's happening with DEIJ and MTSS, and 31A funding and things like that. The ESL tuition reimbursement program, again, we're talking with the EL department, making sure that that gets blasted. The transformation for OCR compliance, that's gonna be a hefty load for the EL department. But we have highly qualified individuals in that department, even if they're, few and far in between, but it's gonna take a lot of work, and that's a huge undertaking, so I would hope you guys consider supporting that on, a variety of different levels. MTSS and data management system, we do have EduClimber, which is directly related to Illuminate, which we already have. That is our biggest bang book. I know Nate is not here, but he and Heather Drogi have been amazing at building that up. That will hold it'll be our hub for fall, winter, and statewide reporting, which is mandated by the state, so you should be able to have access to that as a board too, to view all the data that you're looking for. Administrative support and development, I'm looking at title budgets, curriculum evaluations, and leadership training. We just sent them to the Danielson Framework training recently to make sure that we're all on the same page with that. We increased accountability and oversight within system development, and so even with the curriculum secretary, Jasmine Ramirez, she's learning the account numbers just so she knows that when she's putting in a PO, if she notices, oh snap, this is a 011 or 010, that's DW, this is the wrong account. It's not our job to do it, but we're trying to increase that type of accountability.
Okay, you mentioned that DW was in the situation where the money is being taken from them. Was that the case for the other schools in the district as well?
Yes, we had situations where one school was $80,000 in their under because they were pulling money and they thought they had money for items that were approved. They're $80,000 under for items that they didn't realize they didn't have. And yeah, there were some items that were pulling money out of the high school. That were pulling out of the high school. But part of the cleanup process is we are putting things back where they belong. So understand that it's a work in progress to rectify it. Things are being shifted and moved around, but they can only happen line item by line
Is the $7 million in the ESSER 3 funds that you were talking about, is that part of the total amount that the district have that you presented us with, or?
So for ESSER 3, the district was awarded $35 million. 20% of that is mandated to be used for addressing learning loss. So $7 million is the 20% of the $35 million.
So it is being included in our total budget, yearly budget?
No, because it's grant funds, it's separate.
Okay,
Yeah, and there's a stipulation in there that ESSER has to be separate.
okay.
Lastly, I would say increased accountability, and then planning for fully staffed departments. We're aligning all things to MICAP and strategic framework, which is huge. And then the district organizational mapping for systems and accountability need to occur. I'm putting that out on the table for every person in this room. We really need to look at the organizational mapping of our systems and processes, and then looking at how do we have what departments lead, what they do, the overflow of where things can go, and how do we support each department and how they can support each other in case you ever find yourself in a situation where I decide to just disappear off the face of the earth, who can come in and you know, pick up the load when and if I'm gone. So with that being said, understand that we're also doing simultaneous work for academics. I'm not gonna break it down to you, there's a lot going on, but this team is leading it. So I'll leave you with all of that, and if you need more information, let me know, but you seem to ask questions already throughout the way.
Yep, so I just wanted to clarify, we don't want to rip your head off, it's just that you've been presented with basically a nonsense budget for the first time that some of the board is hearing about this, and that's unfair. So, nothing against you, Ms.
No, I know, I think it's unfair for our kids more than anything. I'm not gonna lie, when I got hit with this, it was a lot to go home and process. Took a lot of reflection and a lot of, honestly, questioning of, is this exactly what I want to be doing with my life? The reality is this, we answer to the callings of the kids of this district, of any kid, and so I think that we're going to burn and crash? Yes and no, but it's okay. It's okay to fall every once in a while and get back up. I'm not against the idea of rebuilding, and you know what, I view it as a blessing. Perhaps it was needed for us to kind of get to this point and then
I blame,
grow.
honestly, I do blame, like, myself especially for a lot, because every time we ask for this information, it's been pushed aside, and I've never said, where is it? We've said, you know, hey, we asked for this many months back, could we get this presentation? And it never happened. You know what I mean? So as a board, I just want us to be more, you know, conscious about this, and we have to.
Even the presentation is not transparent.
Yeah, the presentation is not transparent before. So we really appreciate, I wanted this to be transparent so everybody knows what's going on. We appreciate all the work that you've done and that you have ahead of you. And and
I want to stress it, I didn't do this alone. Like, there is a
the whole
team
team, right?
sits behind me and they do the work, and I've been in and out of that finance office like an annoying, the hair goes up in a crazy bun, and I'm bothering Wendy Taylor, Mikalisha Holiday, Debbie, and Sherry every 5 seconds trying to clean this up. And like I said, I give credit, I give credit where credit is due. They drop everything, every single time to help and support, and so it's not just me, it's a collaborative effort and that's the way it has to be. It can't just be one person. This is, it's a whole system check, so.
Thanks.
I'm here to support, let me know if you need anything.
Anybody else have any questions real quick?
I don't have a question, I
Yeah.
have a request to the board and to the president. We need, as a whole board, you know, to ask our superintendent, interim superintendent, to get us all the funds that we get in, who's the directors, and are they following the requirement and protocols, you know, to the NDA, so we didn't get to this mess again.
Okay, and no.
That was the last part where I was talking about your building up,
Yeah.
the curriculum, the organizational map, that's where that would fall, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You want to give yourself grace, because as a board member, you look at overview, you're not supposed to nitpick, so do not hold yourself to that standard, because it's not your job, respectfully.
Yeah.
You lead the board, you don't lead the financial.
I mean, when I first got on the board, we were coming out of a big deficit.
That's how long you've been here, yeah.
Right, so hearing this, I'm thinking in the back of my head, are we heading in that direction again?
Yeah.
And if,
No.
well, how much money are we gonna lose because of this? Is it in the millions? Nobody's answering that question.
Okay, so I just wanna make sure that we're all clear that we haven't lost any money. When things were being purchased against these title funds, it's not that we didn't have the funds. We were granted the budget. We knew that we had $4.5 million or so, whatever the allocation was. It's just a matter of how it was being spent. And that's what was being done wrong. Money was spent in one account number when it should have been spent in another one, because by the time the budget finally got approved, it was approved in a different account number than what the director was spending it out of. So the money was there.
Yeah, but the money was, some of it, we got it, we didn't have that service. So now we're gonna be asking to bring this money back.
Now we're going into the general fund to offset costs of all these mistakes, right? Am I right?
Or ESSER funds.
Or ESSER funds.
There were some things that were charged to the title budget that, once the title budget was approved, did not get approved. So we do need to look for another funding source for those.
Okay.
But I just don't want the board thinking that money was being spent and we didn't even have an approved budget. The allocation was approved, it's just the line items where the money needed to be spent is what was not approved.
Okay. For the sake of time, do you guys want to move on to the title funds update?
I think that's it, right?
Yeah, that was it.
That was, oh, I'm tired.
It's been a long night.
Any other questions real fast? Okay,
Policy?
Do we need to, okay, finance manager.
no, do you want to present on what?
Is that you? This one? This one?
Yes.
The HPS business office team? Yes.
Oh, so it was in the middle.
This?
No, in the middle.
That's the one I clicked.
Oh.
This is what I got.
Oh.
So is it HPS business office team?
Yes.
Let me see.
Oh. Goodness.
That's where we come from.
Okay. I don't see where it says.
Go to slideshow. Up to the left,
I think it's F5.
Slideshow, go up.
There it is.
And then hit play.
Can you tell me the slideshow?
No, from the beginning. From the beginning.
There we go.
Yes, please. Okay, so business office team consists of me, the director of finance, one payroll benefits coordinator, that's Deborah Caminita, one accountant, Nicoletia Holiday, and one accounts payable clerk, Wendy Taylor. So about the business office team, who are we? We're a dedicated group of business professionals. We each take our job seriously, and we all go above and beyond to make sure that the work comes out of this office is done timely, professionally, and accurately. There was a time when the district could get by with the staff of 3 or 4 in the business office, but not anymore. The demands on this office have grown, and the workload has increased exponentially over the years. As you can see, just with the issues that we have with the title funds, we need more staff to be able to work with the curriculum department. So how has the district grown? The instructional staff has grown. 5 years ago, we had 193 teachers to process, pay, and support. Today, we have 215 teachers. ELD department has grown exponentially. Prior to 2016, there was no EL director, and there were 25 teachers. Now there's a director, 31 teachers, 16 support members, and that doesn't include the parapros. There's more staff to process, support, and pay. And the ELP department has implemented numerous services and programs, and it all results in more vendors to pay, more staff to pay, more programs to oversee. Technology department has grown, especially with the advent of COVID 2 years ago. We're more electronic than we ever were in the past. And also technology just continues to progress. So there's additional staff in the technology department, there's more equipment to purchase, more devices, more software, more vendors to pay for services. We have new facilities. In 2016, we purchased Talbeta. That gave us additional administrators, teachers, support staff, building maintenance expenses, payroll, accounting, and so forth. The VLI program is new. That's additional staff, additional programs to pay for, additional purchases, accounting for the programs. Capital projects, you saw the capital projects presentation at the beginning of the board meeting today. And you can see that there's several different projects that are ongoing. They're coming from several different funding sources: sinking fund, general fund, ESSER funds. We have to make business office responsibility to make sure that the bids are done correctly, and that we're tracking where the money is coming from, that we're capitalizing these projects correctly. Hamtramck Public Schools has a lot of grants, more so than any other district that I've ever been involved with. I was counting them today, and we have more than 30 grants. Every grant has its own application process, budget process, the accounting for them, monitoring, compliance, reimbursement process, final expenditures, and reporting requirements. Just in the I have here 1 to 7 years, but really 0 to 7 years, because there are some new grants that are coming out this year. But just in the last 7 years, these are new grants that Hamtramck has been awarded. Title IV is new. CRF, which is the COVID Relief Fund. ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER Equity, GEARS. ARP ESSER 3. Cafeteria Fund has received several grants since COVID. Those are federal grants. In the state, Section 41 bilingual is a new grant just about 3 or 4 years ago, I believe, maybe 4 to 5 years. Section 31 early literacy is a new grant. In the government new budget, we're going to be awarded a school security grant, a school infrastructure grant, mental health grant. Local grants, we have RISE, which is a drama grant, McCann, McCall, RAG grant, and Explore, and those are just the ones that I was able to remember without looking at it. I know that there's some more, there's PGIS, and there's several more.
Teacher educator grant too, that just came out.
Teacher educator grant. So who handles all the increased financial workload brought on by these growing departments, influx of grants, increased reporting, more stringent compliance requirements? Answer: the 4 women who you saw on the front of the presentation as the business office staff. We're beyond stretched thin.
Does Ms. Al-Gahim, do you help with the grants? Like with,
Me?
yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. Lukman?
Oh, I was gonna say-
I was like, we got no.
Ms. Lukman.
I only handle grants in the sense of making it on the school level and district budget.
Right.
Like I write the line items, I make sure they're compliant with my KIP and all that work. I don't do the financial aspect of that.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
For your department.
For the
Good.
curriculum and instruction department, Title
That's
1,
it.
Title 2, yeah, I oversee all of the grants for that, yes.
And then you decide how the money's spent. Like every director decides how that money's spent, and then it goes to the financial director.
It's decided for the line items, the principals do for their own schools. We meet with them,
Mhm.
make sure their budgets and they're compliant. That comes back to curriculum. They make sure that's aligned with the strategic framework. The academic portion of this, yes.
Okay.
And professional development, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So when the board asked for a presentation on why this position of finance manager is needed, I started thinking about the tasks that are done in the business office by the 4 staff members. I started making a list, and I was able to come up with about 240 items, and I categorized those by who does what. It's not an all-inclusive list. These are just tasks and things that, you know, you gotta make sure that you do this by this date, and, you know, this is, you know, different things that are due at different times. So it's not an all-inclusive list. It doesn't include any special projects like negotiations, doing presentations for the board, or any of the things that are not part of our day-to-day operations. The accounts payable has at least 20 tasks. Accounting, payroll benefits coordinator has 47, accounting 47, and finance 133. So to show you, to give you an idea, a visual of what that looks like, let's go to the,
Is it, am I exiting out of it?
yes, exit out of here, let's go back to the folder. But don't exit, just minimize it. And let's go to the business office task list at the top. So this is a list of the tasks that I have for each individual. Debbie Caminita is our payroll benefits clerk. These are all things that Debbie does. And I printed out a list of this list for the board so that you can look at it more closely. It's rather small and a lot to look at right now. As you can see, there's 47 for Debbie. Alicia, these are all things that she does in addition to her regular workload. Alicia is the accountant. For finance, I'm in the green here. I believe it was 133 items.
No.
And then there's the 20 or so tasks that I had listed for the accounts payable person. And again, you all have a copy of this list so that you can look through it in more detail.
Thank you.
So how many business office staff do we need? What's normal in other districts? So I talked to Steve Ezekian, Deputy Superintendent at Wayne Risa, and he put together a survey that he did for me just last week that involved several other districts. So let's go back.
Sorry.
And we're gonna go back up again. And we're gonna go to the central office staff and Risa survey. So right now I have this showing just the average column, but with that, if you would scroll over so that we can see the full survey. Yes. So at the top, across the top in row 3, you can see all of the districts that are included in the survey. And the survey is not just the business office, it's the central office staff list. So for all of these districts, it has, positions that were looked at, shows the number of FTE in each district. Oh, this must be good.
Yeah, I know,
Doesn't-
so I'm trying to double click it. Double click.
Okay, so these are all functions of the business office. Accounts receivable, cash management, bookkeeping, the administrative personnel in the business office and total business office staff here. It also includes people accounting and enrollment, shows the number of staff in each district for that position, and the administrative support for that position, human resources, administrator and support, technology. Okay, this is grants, special education, the the one that I wanted to, focus on is here's the business office. So if you follow the row across, you can see at these districts, this is how many personnel these, districts all have in their business office. And just keep going across, you can look at them, South Redford has 9, Allen Park 3.5, Crestwood 4. Go all the way over to the average. So the average number of staff in the business office is 7.02. In our district, we have 4. We're 60% of the average in the business office. And if we go down and look at some of the other departments, again, pupil accounting is, 0.68 and 0.94, so that's about 1.5. We have two personnel in our enrollment, in pupil accounting. Human resources, 1.29 and 1.6. That's 3. We have 3 in our HR department. Technology, 1.41, we have 2, and technology technicians, we have 6, the average is 5.16. Curriculum, 2.97, we have 3. Special education, 2, we have 2. So you can see, we're pretty much at the average for all of the departments except for the business office. The business office is 68% of the average.
How big are these districts compared to Hamtramck that we're comparing them to us?
I was gonna say some of them are not comparable, but that's.
Melvindale is small.
How much does Melvindale have?
Westwood has, to the top, FTE, this is the FTE for the district, so Westwood, 1.4, I'm sorry, 1,426, Grosse Ile, Flat Rock.
Sure, so it's a range of students, which is fine.
Here's Hamtramck at 3,100, Garden City 3,200, they're very close to us. Gibraltar and South Redford are just about 500 students more than us. Allen Park is somewhere, Crestwood's about 1,000 more. Mr. Howard, what was the district that you mentioned?
Melvindale.
They're the same size.
No, I was up there.
They're combined. No,
It's moving on its own.
They're combined too.
yeah, they're 2 districts. Melvindale now Park.
There's Melvindale, so they're 2,900, they're very close to us, and so this mouse is not being very friendly. Their business office, they have 3.75, so they're just under 4.
And we're at,
About 4 people.
and we're at 4.
I'm sorry.
And we're at 4?
And we're at 4, yes.
So does that mean they have less than us?
She was just showing how many staff are in their central offices.
Right. Okay.
Right, so they possibly have a person that may be split with another department.
Okay.
What would be useful is to see how many, like, it sounds like we have a lot of grants.
Yes.
And so I think that would be a good sort of marker to compare a district to. Because grant administration is a ton of work.
It's huge.
It's a ton of work.
Oh, okay. So So, in summary, the business office is understaffed. We have more grants than many districts twice our size. We need a plan for long-term vacancies. My team is cross-trained. Any one person in my department can carry on most of the functions of another person in the department. And that's fine for when someone's on vacation or is off for a couple of days. But if someone's out for a long period of time, there's no way someone can take on another 33 tasks plus all of the other responsibilities of another person. You need a plan for someone that can fill in the event of a long time vacancy or if someone leaves. We need to take some of the workload off of everyone's plate in the department. We all have a lot. We're all handling a lot, and it's stressful. It's hard to keep up. My team works hard. They aren't afraid to work long hours, but they're stressed out. We all are. They've felt the pressures from the pandemic just like everyone else has. And I need more time to do more things. I need more time to do more high-level tasks, to provide leadership throughout the district, to provide the board with more leadership and reporting, to monitor the district assets, and have someone to do some of the day-to-day tasks like approving purchase orders and some of the things that I do that could be done by an assistant. And I'd like to be able to take a day off or take a vacation without having to cancel my vacation to come in and take care of things that can't be done by anyone else. This is why we need a finance manager. This person can free me up to do more of the things that I should be doing at my level and be the backup for anyone else on the team. So it's been my mission for 11 and a half years to protect the general fund and the district at all costs. The district needs this position for me to be able to continue to do that and to help it continue to grow and prosper. We have a $14 million fund balance. We have $28.8 million in assets. Last year, $52.7 million in revenue flowed through this district. We shelled out $46.7 million in expenses. We can afford this position. It will be an investment. In closing, I'll share a letter to you that was written by our auditors.
We got that letter? Yeah, we got it.
Yeah. All right.
I'd like to request more information.
So can I start real quick, if you don't mind?
Go ahead.
All right, so I actually requested more information so that I can share with the rest of the board. Some things I requested. Mr. Al-Hadi, you can answer these questions. I requested the job descriptions of what the new financial manager's responsibilities were, and I requested a copy of the job description of what your job is currently, and so I can compare for the board to compare.
Okay.
Mr. Al-Hadi told me he was unable to locate any kind of job description for the financial manager right now.
Okay.
So
John, that was posted by the HR department. I did make copies of it to share with the board, and I can give that to you right now.
Perfect.
for both her, for the
Financial manager was posted and we brought that.
and I asked you for the,
For hers, we couldn't find anything in the file. We found an old director's,
and that's,
nothing that we have in our files that pertain to when she applied for the position.
yeah, so I didn't have that information to share with you guys because they were not able to trace any kind of job description.
For just Ms. Lyman or everyone in that department?
I don't know, it's just for everyone, is there job descriptions in there missing for other people or?
No, you had to make sure.
Yeah, no, take care of them first.
Look for the directors and there was no job description in her file and all I found was the old directors or previous job descriptions.
Okay, so, I mean, I looked at the old job posting from many years ago, and it really was kind of similar to the financial manager's job description. With that being said, we're looking to bring in somebody that's gonna be paid $85,000 to $101,000. I don't think that's the smartest decision for us to do right now. I don't know how the rest of you guys feel. Feel free to put your input in, but, go ahead.
I was gonna say, it's funny how you're on the same page about getting that information. Thanks for clarifying that you couldn't find it, but, just for the sake of transparency, can we possibly get the descriptions? I don't know who I'm looking at this point, so two of you together. Information about the current staff members' roles and what their duties entail, because, just going through this list, some of it feels like it is within the confines of everyone's role, but again, I would like to see what the actual duties entail, because I am team do what you're paid to do.
Wait, she's giving us the task list.
Yeah, that's a task.
That's the
so
task.
can we have like a
Job description.
Responsibilities, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I can get those.
You can get them? Okay.
Yep.
I mean, for that,
Next board.
until the,
report.
well, so until we get that information and the board has time to review it, we're gonna hold off on posting the job manager description if everybody's okay with that.
That's fair.
Is that fair? All right. Thank you, Ms. Lynham.
Thank you.
All right, we got about 30 minutes left to finish.
Where are we with the policy now?
Now we're at the bylaws and policies, second reading. So the first reading, thank you, Ms. Lokmantu. The first reading, we decided to table it for this meeting because we had questions that needed to be addressed with Neola. So Neola did respond to our questions. Mr. Naji is gonna present the findings and the responses from Neola, okay?
So if you look at policy 8330, regarding student records, we got a response from Neola that it is mandatory in law that we provide the information regarding their emails and such. So we basically have no option with that in that regards.
And with that one, it did say that students and parents can opt out. So if we can just ensure that the main office has those forms for the students or as part of the welcome packet.
And as well as an explanation of what
It is,
it
it'll alleviate
entitles.
some of the parent concerns that I've heard
Yeah.
about opting out. So they have an option to opt out, so we would be within compliance and mandating in our policies. And we would also be in compliance if we allow students the options to opt out of it. And a lot of students and parents have expressed that concern, so.
Just the letter, make it detailed about what this is gonna consist of if they give us authorization. But make it like understandable, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't make it
So
too hard, difficult
Yeah,
for
yeah.
people to
I
understand.
get it, yeah.
Okay.
So I would ask that it be part of.
Especially when it's translated
the
to-
high school students welcome packets, because it'll probably alleviate some calls you probably get to the Hamtramck High office or the central office if they don't know who to contact.
I'm glad we have some high school staff here for you, admin.
I'd like a copy of like the student packets before they're given out to them for each of us to review, just so we can make sure and follow up that the things we're asking for are in there. So.
Student packets in regards to
The stu-
enrollment or what?
No.
Student
Oh,
packets
it's
for.
over
The welcome
Oh,
packet.
for the welcome packet, okay.
Okay.
And that's my only question for the second read. I was able to go through the first.
Okay,
Okay.
moving on to the next. Policy number 1616. The next three are staff dress and grooming. It's just different staff members that they're referring to, either admin, teachers. 1616 is regards to admin. I think it was asked in the last meeting if we can take that out. It is optional for E, letter E.
Yep.
So, again, it's up to the board. If take that, strike that, we can
So
strike that.
go back to the
Which one?
first one.
This one?
Yeah, what are we voting on? What did we say? What are,
Hairstyle and dress
Yeah.
is not disruptive.
no, I'm saying for the first bylaw, the
Oh.
8330,
I think
what's our decision?
I think we are moving. with it.
Yeah,
I know, but
particular-
we need to like decide what we
I think
choose.
there is a
are.
resolution for it to approve or not.
Yeah, but we
No,
should
there's-
know what we chose before approving it.
Yes.
Student,
Each year.
Are we legally allowed to, I mean, these are our rules that we're putting in, right? But like, are we going to step
Joanne,
on any of
you got
our
a second?
funders' toes.
No, so these are rules, so if the state says it's mandatory,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
mandatory,
Yeah.
so, you know.
Cool. So we're
But
good.
we're allowed to ask questions and see if we
Absolutely.
can get, things,
These are right here. This one.
Say it again.
This one, where's the particular one?
So,
So
Mr. Headline, on page
this-
4 of 7, directory information that we have to provide is A2K,
Mhm.
but B, address, except for students participating in address confidentiality program.
yeah.
We would need to make sure with Neola, because we don't have that jargon in there, it's not just the address, it's also your email address and stuff. Students have the right, according to the letter Joanne sent, to opt out of it completely.
Yeah, that's what the letter says.
Yeah, and so if we wanna, I don't know if we have to put that directly in the letter.
Directory
so it's
information is on there.
policy, or if we would make it the Neola requirements. Do you guys see what I'm asking?
And that's because it explains what.
The underlying
basically-
items.
So if you go to page 4, so
Okay.
this is everything that the
We have to
military
adopt
can
this.
access.
All it says
Students
is-
have a right to opt out of it. And that's the,
So if they have the right to opt out of that, I feel like, Mr. Najee, correct me
Yeah.
if I'm wrong, they have the option to opt out of all of that information.
That's how I understood the response to Joanne,
From-
but
yeah.
I could be wrong.
So the district issues student email addresses.
Okay, so yeah, so if the district issues a student email address.
Unless prohibited
What
by
we do-
student or parent request in writing.
Then unless prohibited by students or parents request in writing. So that's what the district has to make sure that
So,
we do.
and that's the component we're questioning. But I can read, if you'd like, I could read the records piece that we're, the exact portion that we're talking about. So, would you like me to continue? Or do you have it out? Cause it's the underlying
Yeah,
content,
yeah.
okay.
Okay.
After June 26, 2021, if the parent or legal guardian of a student provides the district with notice that she, he, they have received a participation card issued by the Attorney General under the Address Confidentiality Program Act, the district shall not disclose a confidential address of the student regardless of any other provision of this policy. The superintendent or his or her designee shall develop a process to ensure that a student's participation in the Address Confidentiality Program Act is appropriately noted to avoid disclosure of this information to any person or entity.
And we're still missing language, because in Mark's response, a student can also opt out their email address, and we don't have that directly in the policy anywhere. So if we wanna table this one till we tweak that, every other policy,
The email portion,
because we don't have it explicitly stated. Mark's
And,
response allowed us, it said parents or students can opt out of email as well as address, those are two separate categories.
Yeah.
And I would prefer we're safer in wording it than not including it and having email address.
so ensuring that it includes email address.
Because the address, what's that specific policy, confidential address act or something that they're referring to is separate than, hey, come join the military through your school district account. Like, that's a different type of privacy, but they should have the right to.
Okay, we can table that one.
Do we have the time to think about it?
It's just, yeah, we have the time, because,
Because I remember in the past,
we had
we
Before the
time
we
limit.
have time to approve these.
Joanne?
Joanne, do we have a time limit on approving these? I don't,
From the past.
Well, legally,
There's not a time limit,
but it's
those-
legal,
we
right?
have to abide by our old policies until we have new policies,
Right.
that's
Right.
the problem. But if we're gonna table this, what exactly we're tabling it for, so that I understand?
Language, or if we can add this language, maybe just ask him, and students have the right to opt out their email address, because all the green edits are talking about your home address.
Well, I think, from what I understand is, if we collect email addresses and they have not opted out, we have to provide them.
Yeah, that's where on the same page.
Correct. If they opt out of providing any information, which means if they signed whatever, I don't know what the high school uses to have them opt out, that also includes their email address.
Are you sure? Because our policy is explicitly referring to the Address Confidentiality Program Act, so. Under referral, you guys remember what this form is? You guys know what it's about?
Oh, yeah, this is about giving information, primarily, this was after 9/11, right?
Yep,
Mhm.
Giving information to, we're required to give information to, the branches of the military and recruiters.
Yep.
Um,
Right, and if they opt out, where's,
if they opt out, is it just the address or can they opt out of all of their personal information? That's the form.
It's directory information.
So any of that, right?
Correct, it's their name, address, phone number. What they're saying is if we also collect an email address as part of name, address, phone number, that goes to the military or goes to the applicant.
So,
So
are
if we don't collect email
we,
addresses.
yeah, let's not collect email addresses, that's,
We have to.
okay, the high schoolers get a school email, don't they?
Yeah.
Okay, they can provide that.
No, but that's what I'm saying. The policy states that if a school, a public school district provides email addresses, the military can collect it. They
That
have a
email
record.
address, right.
Unless a student opts out. So we're asking Finer if the form opts you out of everything.
I'm gonna be really transparent with you, I don't think this form is this.
Huh?
I really don't, I'm being really transparent. Cause like we have people that opt out of other things, that is not.
That's why we asked Mr. Najee to add that form. This is gonna be a new
Yeah,
form.
I don't,
Yeah.
I don't think that form.
So we'll have to create one.
With the new form,
Or if it does exist in the past, we don't have it on site.
That's fine. So what Joanna's saying is correct. There's no need to table it because if you're opting out of the directory, that includes your email address.
yes.
Any directory item.
And then with the form that we actually
Just
just
opt out.
put that in there, that,
Yep.
You got a question?
yes.
Not a question, a suggestion. So you have policies. Policies need to be married to administrative guidelines that explain to you how you implement the policies. The administrative guidelines take you sometimes a step further where they provide you either procedure, step one, do this first, do this second, or do it in this manner, not that manner. And if there are forms that are needed to complete those tasks, your administrative guidelines would already provide that for you. So I would venture a proposal or a suggestion that you already have an opt-out sheet for disclosure of student pictures. So that form already exists. That if that form that Mr. Reiner is speaking to doesn't exist, that opt-out for photo pictures of the students can be extended, modified to include all of the concerns and the items that the board is speaking of.
Is it too late to add it for this year though? Because I feel like,
No,
No, that's
we
not-
could,
yeah.
yeah, we could do that, we pick those up first week, so we don't get all the forms back. So like the whole first 2 weeks, we're picking up those forms.
okay, cause I mean, for like the ECE, that form was already sent out to the parents to return.
Are you saying ECE?
Yeah,
But that's good.
They
Only the
could
high
s-
school kids.
just the high school.
The high school,
No,
cause the
we
military
send that
thing.
form out
It's
too.
Oh,
specifically
yeah.
for
Yeah, yeah.
kids, but the-
Yeah.
It's a long night.
Yeah, for pictures.
Okay.
But we could do one for this year, like the opting out for this, what we're talking about.
Yeah,
For
then it
this
was-
year, and then next year, like, Ms.
I mean, if you guys have time to, you know, add it to the current form this year.
No, it's already out, and we have scheduled pickup tomorrow.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I was saying,
Well, I'm
alright.
saying if we pass the policy tonight, they have to honor it.
So
it can
that
be
was
sent
point-
out eventually. That's the
Yeah.
point. So I'm
So
okay with it.
let me
Okay.
just, there is a form
Mhm.
that exists in the old drive that says, request that directory information not be released to recruiters without prior written consent. So there is a form that exists that we could tailor to use for a district that would allow parents to opt out of releasing military information to recruiters.
And Joy, if that can get, I mean, I don't know if this is possible, but if that can get to me tomorrow, I can make copies and we can have that scheduled pickup.
We don't have to
First day
table
of
it.
school.
Right.
Yeah, because please,
Let's,
yeah.
yep, let's
Okay.
move forward,
Yeah.
move on.
Alright, alright, the next one. Staff dressing grooming. Be groomed in such a way, I'm reading E by the way.
Yeah.
Be groomed in such a way that their hairstyle dress does not disrupt the educational process nor cause a health or safety hazard. So,
So we could choose to leave that out or,
Yeah, it's
or
optional.
select it. What do you guys, what's your input on that?
Yeah, it would eliminate some of the bias in that language.
So,
strike it.
you guys,
Strike E.
do you guys all
That was-
agree? Deja?
For E, in regards to the
16,
hairstyle.
16.
You said, they said hazardous.
Yeah,
Are
like,
we okay with striking A?
I don't know if we can strike it.
You can strike any of it, it's optional language. So I would suggest striking be physically clean, neat, and well groomed, because neat and well groomed are very subjective words. Everyone knows what clean means. But from the letter that Joanne got, we can strike anything A through E.
I do wanna remind the board
Yeah.
that Neola updates these policies because something has transpired somewhere or something has occurred where
Right, but if
the
you read the
preventer.
letter, this was our
Right.
language. The district created this language.
Oh, that particular
Yeah.
one?
A through E was created by the district. And they said.
I mean,
Well, no, it
can
was
we change
old.
it? Can we change the language of A?
Yes, you can drop it or change it, yeah. it's our-
Okay,
it's our-
can it say something more like be physically clean and presentable instead of,
Here, just so that you understand, that's considered district-specific language. If you vary from the language that Neola provides, it's considered district-specific. They will not back you if you
Yeah.
get sued or something.
I don't think we should
If
strike A.
I'm just saying, if you change their specific language, it nullifies their.
right,
Yeah.
okay.
So be physically
They're
clean,
covered.
neat, and well-groomed.
Then we'll be
District
basically on our
language?
own
Yeah.
in that regard,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's our language. In other words, if you don't want that in, you should just strike it out.
Yeah.
All right, let's,
Because making actual changes to the language means it then becomes district-specific and it's not language that's
Yeah.
provided by Neola.
If we strike it out, and something comes up,
It's
are
not
we,
in there, so you can't be held accountable for it.
Okay, let's strike it out.
When you change that language, you
Yeah,
are
so-
held accountable for what you put in there.
The
Sorry,
reason I
we-
was
let's strike it out.
suggesting- Yeah, can we strike it out?
strike out A and E.
Thank you. Because B, C, and D make sense in terms of like even OSHA standards, like
Yeah.
nursing and consistent with your work, it's fine.
I agree that is subjective.
Alright,
Oh, I'm sorry.
so we're going for 16-16 with B, C, and D. Is
All of
everybody?
them. Sorry.
Okay,
The
now
first
the-
three.
now-
Yes, the
Yeah.
middle three. We're
Now-
striking out A and we're striking out E. Is that good for everybody?
Oh, I thought I meant
But
the
bef-
next three policies have the same A through E, do we wanna strike them for all three policies?
Yes,
Because they already
Yeah.
has them, okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you, that's what I understand and I'm okay.
So basically for the following three, we're striking out A and E. That leaves B, C, and D for all three policies, which is the same. Does anybody have any objections to this?
Person has
Oh, yeah.
one more, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
So there's the very last one where it says the board recognizes employees' right to dress in accordance with their gender identity within the constraints of the preceding dress and grooming guidelines. It's highly recommended by Neola, it's a newer policy, so.
And that's only on 32-16 and 42-16. It's on the bottom. Do you guys see it?
Very bottom,
Well, it's on
last one.
So it's on 16. Yeah, it's on
Yeah.
16.
It aligns with, federal, state policies, so.
Correct.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All
All
right,
right.
move forward.
All right, so that takes care of that portion.
That was easy.
Anybody got any questions? No?
So, yeah, that's all duplicates,
All
nice, all right.
Correspondence, letter from Thomas and Cynthia Servnick.
And we also have a response to that.
Yes, is Mr. Daniels here?
No, no.
No, see, that's perfect.
Okay, Ms. Hall, get ready.
I'm sorry, I'm looking, hold on.
We used to print out the correspondence.
I got it here.
Okay.
Dear Hamtramck School Board, we are approaching you with a serious problem with the youth at Pulaski Park, which has become increasingly difficult for our family to deal with. However, we feel that Hamtramck Public Schools could easily provide a simple solution that will quickly resolve this issue. We live next to Pulaski Park on Norwalk Street. Between our house, the park is an alley that runs into Norwalk Street. In the park is a handball court that is presently used by many young people for volleyball, which has become very popular recently. The problem is that they use the fence for a handball court as the volleyball net, and one team plays in the alley next to our backyard. This means that when the participants hit the ball hard, it ends up in our backyard. We have worked with the youth to come to our front door to ask for the ball, and most have been respectful. However, it has become a real burden when we have to get the ball 4 times or more times, even and mostly during dinner times. What is worse is that often some youth will simply take it upon themselves to trespass and walk at will into our backyard, believing that they have every right to do so. I have had to order youth to leave our property many times during the summer. Often youth will just jump over or chain link fence. This has caused our fence to bow out and will need repair. Obviously, we are not home. We can't help but believe that the youth really trespass on our property to retrieve the volleyball. In fact, we have found lawn ornaments, some of the sentimental value destroyed. We have contacted the recreation department, which was concerned and immediately came out to lengthen the fence around the handball fence. However, this has the unintended consequence of providing a better net. We might add that there is a major safety factor here, since the alley is heavily used by cars and the endangers the young people. Normally, a dozen or more participants are playing with cars entering, leaving the park, or coming down the alley from residents. It seems a matter of time until the youth child is hit playing in the alley. The answer to above problems is simple. Put up a permanent volleyball net in the park. We would like to recommend the following. 1, 2 permanent volleyball nets with strong treated wood stations in the section of the park not in use for picnic or baseball. 2, one net will be for adults or younger youth. The height of the net will be standard of 7 feet and 11 and 5 inches. 3, the other net would be for youth only and marked as such. We feel this is very important because the older youth always push the younger youth away from the playing area. A lower height for youth play of wood also discourage older youth. The standard for the younger youth is 7 feet. Placing a sign in the handball court prohibiting volleyball and playing in the alley. We appreciate the opportunity to approach you with a concern. We would be very happy to meet with you and or anyone else in person to further explain this issue. Sincerely, Cynthia and Thomas Cervinek.
Very, very detailed.
Okay, thank you.
Should we just get a higher fence?
Yeah,
No, I was gonna- no,
we
no,
have a
we have a response for you.
Yeah, do you
Oh, okay.
There is a response. You want me to read it?
Yeah, please read it.
Okay. Mr. Nabil, and this is from Mr. Craig Daniels, dated, doesn't have a date. In response to Mr. Cervinek's letter regarding the issue with the youth playing volleyball, Mr. Cervinek contacted the Recreational Department last July 2021 to address his concerns. To make right of the issue mentioned, we took multiple measures to correct his concerns. Number 1, Mr. Cervinek and I agreed that lengthening the fence in the alley would serve as a solution. 2, I met and conversed with the youth regarding the complaints we received. 3, Recreation purchased a portable volleyball net for the youth to use after we meet with them. Great. We also spoke with security to be on guard and to address the issue if or when they saw a problem. With all those course of actions taken, we thought the issue with the youth playing in the alley was under control. This is the first time in 2022 hearing that the issue is still happening at Pulaski. We appreciate the care and concern of the community around Pulaski Park and will reach out to Mr. Cervinek again to address the situation and work together for a solution that works best for all of us. For all of us, yeah.
I gotta push her real fast.
Yeah.
Isn't there like a bar that's blocking the alley in Pulaski
Yeah,
Park?
nobody
Like,
goes through the alley.
what, so,
It's just their
The
cars are
kids,
right
I
there.
guess maybe they put their personal.
yeah, so, cause I mean, I feel like that they put that bar there a long time ago to
Yeah.
prevent people from driving in the alley.
You only can go to park and that's it, and then get
Okay.
out. Yeah.
Right.
Personal property, like their artifact they have there in the ornaments. That's what that.
You know, just you and Craig can collaborate with them and see.
Follow
Follow up with them and, see how they would like this resolved. I mean.
Yeah, and we ran into Mr. Cervinek and a lovely wife at the fun fair yesterday, family fair. I'm tired. Yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? I'm on.
It's yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yeah,
Wow. So,
Today's
but
still
we'll definitely reach back out. Yeah.
All right. Speaking of the fair, thank you to all those who organized
Yes,
it,
thank
and
you.
thank you to the board members that attended. I know not everybody can attend, but it was nice seeing you guys there, and it was nice seeing, you know, members of City Hall there. So they do come out to support our events. So I'd like for us to start supporting their events as well. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, moving forward. So for resolution number 2, the approval of consent agenda items, I'm gonna hold before you motion it. Items G, H, and F. Huh?
You have the motion to make that change.
Okay.
Motion over, then you make the change.
Can I get a motion?
Motion.
All right,
I'll second.
and seconded by Ms. Hall. I was gonna say Ms. Chowdhury. All right. So before, we're gonna hold G, H, and I, we're gonna vote on those separately. So What we're voting on right now is items A, B, C, D, E, F, J, and K. Okay? You guys?
Mr. Hadline, any one other correction before they?
Yeah,
Okay.
yep, and then for items B and C, can you change the maximum of 27 hours per week to 35 hours per week?
Exactly 35?
Both for B and C, instead of 27.5, we're changing it to 35 hours a week. All right?
How about A is good?
A is fine, yep.
Okay.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any objections? None objects, motion pass. All right, so item G, approval of employment. Employment of Hiba Mesto as the Culture and Climate Specialist, annual salary of $66,000, effective August 15th, 2022. Do we have discussion?
This is resolution number 3, correct?
So we're
G.
not, we're not gonna make them as a resolution.
You have to, they're standalone.
Not to him, I think meant numbering them, or
If it's
just
a
continue.
standalone action item, it should be a resolution number. So it would be resolution 3, 4,
All right,
5.
yep, let's make that resolution 3.
Okay.
Who can explain what this role is?
Yeah.
Mr. Al-Hadi, can you?
Sure, the Culture and Climate Specialist is part rag fund, part EL department. The individual is funding came from Caroline Paul from Wayne Risa. This individual will work on attendance, PBIS, MPSS, focus specifically at Horizon, but will, a part of their requirements or job duties will have aspects that will be a part of EL. So what we did, instead of having it just out of one funding source, depleting that one funding source, we're bringing them out of 2 funding sources, and that ends up saving money out of both funding sources. So
How is
it's
it
a
related to
win-win.
rec?
Sorry,
How is it related to
how is it related to who?
recreation? You said it's coming from our fund and recreation.
Rag fund, the regional account fund, or regional access
Thank you.
grant.
Regional assistance.
Regional assistance grant, yeah, and it's coming from
That's
Caroline
Carol
Paul,
Paul.
she
Okay.
did the work on that.
How
so.
long is that grant good for?
It's gonna be,
How many years?
she's looking at it to be renewed at the end of next year, so it's actually,
And how long
but
does-
as it stands right now, we can't go beyond saying this, it'll end by the end of the year.
Have you looked at the line item to make sure it matches whatever? the
Yep, did all the work
requirements
with, both, the EL department, Ms. Maros, Mr. Naji, worked with, Caroline Paul, made sure that all the i's are dotted, the t's are crossed, and the only thing that was, specific is that the name had to stay the same.
Okay.
Like the
What-
title of
The title, yeah.
If
But
the grant runs
job
out,
requirements and job responsibilities.
if the grant runs out, yeah.
Sherry
Sorry.
had her hand up. I don't know if she had.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Lane.
So the position's gonna be split 50-50 between the RISA RAG grant and 50% Title III immigrant. And the Title III immigrant grant for 22-23 has not yet been approved, just so you know.
Okay, so,
So is there a chance we not have that fund for that use?
No, I spoke with Ms. Maros and Mr. Naji, they should be approved, there should be no issue with that one.
Bringing up audience participation concerns. This person has an existing role in the district?
This person had an existing role in the district, this person, interviewed for that position, also applied for it. This person was interviewed by the Horizon, principal.
Sure, but the old position, are we posting for that, and what was that?
The old position is gonna be non-existent because it's a merged position now. We're gonna not need it, that way we won't have 2 individuals to 1 FTEs, instead we'll have a 0.5 FTE from each source, and then you'll be ending up in a reality saving money by having just 1 person.
But is this the same pay that they were getting?
The difference between the old position and this position, no, there's a difference, but within the rag fund limit was 64,000, so they'd just be getting, from the EL, even though it's split 50-50, it'd be just a couple thousand more than what it was before.
but then, now they have basically 2 jobs? 2 people's jobs?
The requirements or responsibilities are expanded, but it's 1 job.
Okay.
Yes, but what would happen if the second funding source, you can't use it for this role, where would we find the second half of this person's salary?
Right, is there a contract, are we saying for X amount of years we're hiring this person, or
No, every
pending?
time that, anybody that we hire that has certain funding, we make sure that they understand it's up until that funding. If that funding ever dries out, they know that that's basically the chance that they take. We make that clear. But from what I understood from Carol and Paul, that position is pretty secure even into the year following.
What are they doing? Are they in the building at Horizon?
They'll be in the building Horizon, they'll be supporting the kids specifically with attendance, calling parents, things that they're already responsible for with the other positions, so there's a lot of overlap.
Is there a reason they're specifically gonna be focusing on Horizon more than the Hamtramck High or DE, DW?
That's how the,
grant is written?
Yeah.
Okay. What, you had a question? No.
We don't have nobody that focuses on, attendance in our district.
We used to have somebody like way back in the day.
See, that's why like the truancy structures
Yeah, the
that we're trying to
truancy.
build out, from pupil services down, and serve components, but in the absence of truancy officer, Amra Voskovic and Elizabeth Alpert support in that capacity, in addition to their other duties.
So you're saying they don't have room to help out?
No, they can, you know, like with attendance and so on and so on, making home visits, yeah. But we don't have a truancy officer or anything like that.
Carol Paul still cares about the district and
She
the
does.
person already existed in the district. I'm just worried about the funding sources.
Same.
Well, Lisa has already approved the grant funding portion of the grant, so that one's approved. It's just that the Title III, immigrant grant is not been approved by MDE.
And how much?
The position was in there for last year, it will probably be approved for 22-23, but we do not have the official approval yet.
Do you know the timeline?
Do you think with the mess that we have, the MDA will?
Yeah, it's October 1st, Mariana can speak to it.
We don't know when MDE will approve it.
Especially with everything going on, you know?
That's when you can make amendments and so on and so forth.
Line item by line item. You're not, there's no date
Right.
whatsoever.
Okay.
Is that position funded 50 from each fund?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If that was said already, I apologize.
No problem.
If MDA didn't approve us, where the rest money is?
Where are we gonna pay them from?
So even if you looked at it in that aspect, you still look at the RAG fund, which was paying us 64 at 100%.
So they'd lose 2,000?
So we're not at risk of losing 33,000?
No.
I'm comfortable.
Okay, all right, any other questions? You get it, or?
Because I wasn't at the last meeting. I'm just trying to listen to what Ms. Westcott was saying. Somebody got hired to do the same thing or something. The last meeting?
I don't think so.
What did you guys approve? I wasn't here. The board meeting. What Ms. Carter was saying.
Which position is Ms. Crowell, which position were you referring to from the last meeting?
I mean, what her name is. What was her role?
Well, no, it was just, there was they were hired for this EL home liaison position last meeting. And then now we're here with this one, it just,
Which one?
you know.
The same person?
Huh?
The same
Yeah.
person? But now that position is no longer there.
Yeah,
Is
apparently
that correct?
position's no longer there.
So we're not gonna be hiring somebody else to do that
Right.
position because it's no longer there?
Right.
Okay.
Is this to comply with grant specifications?
Which position?
Where that-
Yeah.
oh,
That
we're- I
position
just
that we
wonder where
approved
those-
last month, it's no longer a position.
Where's
So now,
the job that person is going to
this
do,
position
where all,
is
where
that
that's going to
position,
fall then?
and then more
Where
responsibility.
those duties are going to fall.
I understand it as the role is reworded to match grant specifications, but
Mhm.
it sounds like it's the same role, repackaged differently?
The cultural
Same
audit
duties?
specialist position, the duties have been expanded to take on the aspects of what the homeschool liaison, because there was a lot of overlap. There's a lot that's specific for Horizon, but there's a lot that can be done throughout the district, so, that person, why have two when you could have one taking care of that whole thing and the funding coming from both? There was the aspect of money being saved from the RAG fund, there's money being saved from that other EL fund, so I look at it as a win-win. And this is a very qualified person, that, you know, with regards to what they bring to the table.
Any other questions or clarifications needed? No? Okay. Resolution number 3, approval of employment of Hiba Mesto as the Culture and Climate Specialist, annual salary of $66,000 effective August 15th, 2022. All in favor?
We have a motion?
Oh, do I have,
Yeah.
we need a motion. Do I have a motion?
No motion.
Motion by Ms. Hall,
Second.
second by Mr. Obey. Do I gotta repeat?
No, you're fine.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yay.
One opposition. Ms. Hall, and motion passes. All right, resolution number 4, approval of employment. Do I have a motion?
No motion.
Motion by Ms. Ayash,
So good.
seconded by,
She's,
yes.
Couldn't we have done that all, can't we do those three, the G, H,
Not
and I
together,
in
no.
one?
No,
Okay.
because they're,
So it's gonna be the resolution.
this is
four?
resolution number 4, it was motioned by, who was the motion?
Jehan.
Ms. Ayash, and seconded by Mr. Obaid. Resolved,
Chowdhury.
huh?
Was it Chowdhury
Oh,
or
wait,
Chowdhury?
Mr. Chowdhury, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're tired,
Resolved that the Board of Education approves the employment of Ricardo Martin, Hamtramck High School Principal, Step 5 of the HA contract effective September 12th, 2022.
Did anybody meet him?
Is he here?
Is he here?
He is actually in his own board meeting,
Oh,
could not make
What
it,
is
but
it?
as that came up.
Is he about school board?
No, he's a principal, so he was at the board meeting for his current district.
was he the best qualified candidate that we could find?
Yes.
More importantly, were high school staff part of that conversation?
Mr. Kider was there.
What about teachers?
Teachers?
Teachers were there, there was a counselor there, Miss Laura Bao, if I've named, Bao.
Teacher,
Yeah,
Was Bob in there
was
for a long time?
brought in on, by the recommendation of Ms. Toro, so.
Been forever.
There was a parent there, so, email was sent out to board, we would have loved to have you guys there.
I wasn't in town.
Right.
How many applied?
I was out
How
of
many
town.
people applied to this?
The original was 18 and we whittled until we could get down to the numbers that we needed.
Can you tell us the number?
The what?
18, and then they went down to
Do
7.
you have interview 18 people?
No.
No. You said how many applied,
Yeah.
here's the number, yeah, 18.
Okay.
How many interviewed?
The final number we had were set for 3, we always try to bring it down to the smallest number possible. We had 5, we called in others, some had issues where they were out of the country or this or that, but we had down to 3, and one of them actually has a relative in the district, and lo and behold, he came down with COVID. It was set for a previous date, and then we had to move it, it was just logistics.
Alright,
Okay, I'm fine.
any,
I feel like Ms. Ball's a veteran. She's been here.
That's
She loves the
why
district. I
okay.
trust her.
Yeah.
She
yeah,
actually liked him very much.
I
He was
trust
very
her.
impressed, yeah.
yeah.
I trust her.
Okay. Resolution number 4, approval of employment, Ricardo Martin, Hamtramck High School Principal, Step 5 of the HA contract effective September 12th, 2022. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed? Motion passes. I'm sorry, is Hiba here today?
She is not.
Okay. I just didn't want to skip over it. All right, resolution number 5, approval of employment. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Ms. Hall,
Second.
second by Ms. Watson. Approval employment for Antonio Johnson, Athletic Director for Hamtramck Public Schools, annual salary $64,000, effective September 2022. All right, questions?
Is there a reason why we have an outsider? And we already had an assistant?
Mr.
We had a specialist, he was interviewed, along with two other individuals. The panel made their decision. We tried to include a lot of, our, phys ed people. We, worked hard to get as many people on the panel as we could. And then I let the panel choose. I don't make the decision for the panel. They graded them out, and Mr. Johnson graded out the highest.
Who was on the panel?
We had Ms. Hadwan and, Vicky Smith. Vicky Smith is a former, administrator for the high school before, not our high school, but a high school, and she also was a coach.
So that was the only coach?
Yeah.
That's a little weird.
Well,
Not to have
we
people.
tried to
that-
reach out to a lot of our phys ed people that had more teacher involvement, but we couldn't get anybody.
Mm. Yeah. I don't like that, so.
Did you reach out to the board to join?
Yeah, I didn't get an email for that one.
Usually when we do the directors and principals is the ones that we reach out to the board. That wasn't, you know.
I mean, that is a
It said
director
director,
position.
but it's not under the how or that level of director. That's why.
My only concern is we already have somebody that has reports with the kids, reports with the coaches, reports with the teachers, reports with the community. So it's like, okay, we're bringing somebody in new that has to start all over. Well, we already have somebody that knows everything, knows the ropes.
It's kind of funny, they actually know each other, both individuals, and I've set it up so they can work together, and they look like they have a great rapport with each other already.
But would the students have the same rapport? Because Coach Foster, DJ Foster, right?
Mhm.
Okay, formal names. Because Coach Foster was more than just their athletic coach, and you're the HR director, so we're not trying to crunch on your toes, but it's just, if there's someone who's been here, worked here, knows our students beyond just their sports team, is willing to be like a mentor, maybe there's something you don't know that you can't tell us, or what's going on, it just feels weird.
Yeah, I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
No, we brought him in, and he did a tremendous job in the interview. I wish Ms. Smith had stayed so she could tell you, but, you know, everything was on the, you know, by a grading system. We do it, a couple of you had a board member before, they know how it is. You do a straight light grade scale, and they were able to grade out better what they brought to the table in comparison to any of the other candidates. We had a candidate that we felt, you know, had a ton of experience, actually used to work here at one time, was a soccer coach. He wanted to come back to Hamtramck, for example, but when we saw what he'd been working with, he's been working in a district where they had no wants. He said everything was a pay to play kind of thing, so their budget we felt like that person would never be able to connect with our kids or understand the constraints of the budget, and the panel graded him out less, even though he had way more experience, had been here before, and, you know, we looked at the most qualified person, that's how it came out. But in no way did we ever gloss over Coach Foster.
Sure, but is there a way to track if Mr. Johnson would have a rapport that's similar or better?
Is there a way to
Track and like assessment, see if he's engaging with students the same way? Just because when, the athletic director, to me personally, is like one of those roles that's very like, it goes beyond, just leading your teams, because if your students aren't willing to listen to you for whatever reason, you're not gonna probably get the turnout you want at games or results that you want, and it's just, I don't know.
Sure, he's been athletic director at various schools. He's built programs in, you know, in inner city, but what we do is what we look at the
Does he
person
have
is.
an understanding of Hamtramck specifically, like the differences between our soccer teams and
He
basketball?
does know Hamtramck, but here's what I wanna point out is that when we look at a person that we hire, whether they're internal or external, at the end of the day, when we end up grading them out, right, we end up reviewing them, if that person isn't a good fit, that's a person that we end up saying, okay, didn't work out, you know, he'll have a standalone contract, not part of any bargaining unit, not that it matters, but he would, not be a good fit, we'll make the change that we need.
All right, it's already 11:12, and we said we were gonna end at 11. So for the sake of time, we're gonna do a roll call vote, okay? All right, approval of employment for Mr. Antonio Johnson, Athletic Director of Hamtramck Public Schools, annual salary of $64,000, effective September 12, 2022. Ms. Ayash, how do you vote? Aye. Mr. Obaid?
Aye.
Mr. Chowdhury?
Aye.
Ms. Watson?
Aye.
Ms. Hall?
Hey,
And I vote aye. All right, motion passes. 5 ayes and 1 nay. All right, moving on.
Resolution number 6.
Yep, resolution number 6. Adoption of board policy changes and revisions. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Obaid, seconded by Ms. Ayash. Resolved that the Board of Education does hereby adopt the changes and revisions to the following board policies and guidelines. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None opposed, motion passes. Resolution number 4, approval of advertising contract with the Hamtramck Review. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Obaid. I'll second it. Resolved that upon the recommendation of the superintendent, the Board of Education does hereby approve an advertising contract with the Hamtramck Review. Total amount of $71,800 for the 2022-2023 school year. Discussions, I just had a question from Ms. Lynham. What funding is, where is the funding coming from this, for this?
From the Hamtramck Review is split between general fund and recreation, depending on the advertising that we're doing, okay?
And is it the same for the Yemeni?
For the Yemeni news, it's strictly general fund.
All right, so we had questions. Do we have any other discussions or questions?
I'm the same as last year. I feel like we give too much money. If we're gonna advertise, we should only pay for advertisement. I feel like we're paying to actually be in these papers, so, yeah. That's just too much money. You heard what Ms. Smith and Ms. Kim said.
Yeah.
We got all these great things that's happening, but we're giving it to, we got our own Facebook page. I don't understand, I don't understand, so, yeah. That's all I gotta say.
All right.
That's not benefiting our kids at all.
All right, we'll do a roll call on this. All right, Ms. Ayash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Nay. Mr. Obaid, how do you vote?
Aye.
Nay?
No. Aye.
Aye. Mr. Chowdhury, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Watson?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Hall?
Nay.
Nay. And I will vote aye. Motion passes. We expect to see more from the review, especially given the amount of money we're paying. So as long as we'll have a year to review if there was anything newer changes, and we'll go from there starting next year. Resolution number 5, approval of advertising contract with the Yemeni American News. Do I have a motion? Motion by Ms. Hall. I'll second. Resolved that upon the recommendation of the superintendent, the Board of Education does hereby approve the advertising contract with the Yemeni American News, total amount of $72,000 for the 2022-2023 school year. Any more discussion or questions? None?
I just wanna point out that it's slightly above what the contract is with the review.
Yeah, so it's, the negotiation part comes with the administrators, so I don't know if there was
Yeah, I
something
know.
more.
I'm just, if
Yeah.
we're concerned about money
Money, yeah.
available for other things in the district.
Same thing for, let's take a roll call vote first. Ms. Ayash.
Start on the other side.
Ms. Ayash.
Circle around, please. I'll come back.
Ms. Watson.
I would like to abstain on the basis of seeking out what our legal obligation is for who we're allowed to enter into contracts with, as far as, I'm just concerned on a couple things, so I'm abstaining.
You can only
So it's a
abstain if you
nay,
have a conflict
a
of
nay,
interest.
yeah. So you,
I can only abstain if I have a conflict of interest?
Yeah.
Yes, as a voting member, it's either you have a money concern, so if you're abstaining, are you saying you have a financial benefit from the paper?
No, I do not, so I can't abstain.
No, you gotta
Okay.
vote yea or nay.
Nay.
Nay. Ms. Hall.
Nay.
Mr. Chowdhury.
Aye.
Mr. Obey.
Aye.
Ms. Ayash.
Nay.
And I will vote aye, so the motion is gonna have to,
You can re-motion.
let's re-motion it one more time. Do I have a motion?
Motion?
Motion by Mr. Obey. Do I have a second?
No motion.
Ms. Hall. Resolved that upon the recommendation of the superintendent of the Board of Education does hereby approve the advertising contract with the Yemeni American News, total amount of $72,000 for the 2022-2023 school year. Ms. Ayash.
I want discussion, so if we continue with these advertising contracts, understand that we just agreed to what was presented by both newspapers.
Right.
How are you gonna hold them accountable? Because respectfully, the reviews contract was not as clear as Yemeni American News is, and there's no guarantee that that advertising space would not still be filled with all of the bias, for example. So how are you ensuring that you're going to follow up on both contracts to make sure that if we are paying for that space, that it comes with advertising us, and advertising comes in a positive way?
So that's something
Yeah.
that Nabil will have to make sure he's
Keep
in.
track and keep tabs on.
And then,
Well, and a lot of
One,
this
please.
too comes into, you know, if we are wanting to sort of look at what they're publishing, I mean, like, that gets into freedom of speech.
No,
piece,
no.
No,
right?
we're not
We're
saying-
paying for the advertising, but what we wanna look at is more positive
No, if you're
representation.
No.
advertising this once,
Yeah.
you get to choose what you are putting as an advertisement. That is not infringing
1000%.
any rights.
Absolutely.
we just want them to feature more students and teachers, like, you know, just,
Day-to-day interactions,
I
doing
thought I
stuff
said that
happening.
last time, but
Yeah, that's what,
I don't know.
to me, it wouldn't make sense to approve one that clearly has bias and not approve the other. But there's really no way to track them, is what's my concern.
well, majority of us will be on the board next year. We have made our recommendations to them,
Okay.
and we'll know if they stood by it or not, and then we'll reevaluate it next year. So
What do we advertise besides come join HBS?
we advertise the millages and.
Okay, that's two.
We
And that's gonna be important
advertise.
this year.
Events.
Huh?
Future
Field
videos of
interviews.
our success.
Yeah.
Well, with the Yemeni American, they do video
The
interviews.
web and paper for both, Review and the Yemeni American News, they use, their website and they use the paper itself.
Okay.
But do we need to get advertised every month? Every time? Can we just lower it, like, when we need to be advertised? Because, I mean,
That's something we can discuss, how we can advertise our district.
Alright.
Okay, if it's a motion on,
Aye for Ms. Ayash. Mr. Obey.
Aye.
Mr. Chowdhury.
Aye.
Ms. Watson.
Aye.
Ms. Hall.
nay.
And I vote aye, so motion passes 5-1. Resolution number 6, approval of, oh, I'm sorry. For resolution number 9, we're gonna table until the upcoming board meeting, not the cow, the general board meeting, okay?
can I also
Next
formally
meeting.
introduce a resolution to look into the advertising contracts? I'd like a motion that we formally look into their contracts and stipulate what we would want versus what they're presenting. If I
Yes.
can make
Yeah.
that motion, can someone second it?
Alright, so wait, let me write this down.
Sorry.
Resolution number,
Resolution to review advertising contracts, and I motion,
Second.
so that'll be resolution number 9.
resolution review, contract.
Resolve that the Board of Education review their advertising contracts and have our advertisers sign them after we look at it as a board. Wordy, but we'll find them, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Any discussion?
I got a discussion on that.
Expectations.
With contracts, with the contract portion of it, that's really, we can review the content that they're putting.
Sure.
But we're not the people who review contract details, as in like why, how much we're paying or why we paid that much. That's something that the admin is doing.
No, I'm not
So
saying the numbers.
we can review content.
Absolutely, that's what,
Okay.
sorry, I wanna clarify, I mean that because both newspapers presented their own contracts, which to me is very odd. And I understand if we would like to maintain community partnerships, we need to monitor it, because again, John is no stranger to this, Simon is no stranger to this. But I have specifically I have addressed concerns with our city's paper of choice, or whatever the title is, and Chip literally stopped responding to me when I wanted clarifications. So I don't understand how we're willing to give them $71,800 to be ignored as board members. And there's consistently been things that are misinformation or inaccurate. And I understand that the board made the decision to go with that contract. So, one source provides accurate information. Again, there was questions about funding, but that's valid. Another source does not, and it doesn't matter if there's a $200 difference. The content is drastically different. So that's why I'm asking that we look at the contract written to us and make sure that we make it clear with what content we want, especially if it's advertising space intended to present the district in a positive light. No one advertises to look like crap.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
All right. Joanne, can you read the resolution?
I have no idea.
All right.
It's just,
Resolution number 9.
Nine.
Review of advertising.
Review of advertising contracts.
That's the resolution.
Right.
I motioned, I think Obey
You
seconded.
motioned and Mr.
Obey seconded.
Obeyed seconded.
Resolved that the Board of Education.
Resolved that the Board of Education
Review.
review contract of
All
Of
advertising
all
contracts.
advertising contracts to be,
To ensure it aligns with district vision. and
to
mission.
ensure that it aligns with district vision
And mission,
and mission statement.
yes.
Did you get that, Joanne?
So,
Resolved that the Board of Education.
resolve to review the advertising contracts to be sure that they align with the
11 o'clock.
district mission and vision.
To ensure that they align with the mission and vision content-wise, because we've already agreed to pay them.
Yeah.
But we can control what the content is.
Yeah. All right, let's just read it one more time, Joanne.
Resolve that the board does, resolve to review the advertising contracts to ensure that they align with the district mission and vision and content.
Yes, but let's reword it one more time. Okay, resolve that the Board of Education review advertising contracts to ensure that content specifications align, yeah. It sucks, but it's not fair, like, it really doesn't make sense to me that we are literally, and again, we are individual votes, but $140-something thousand for contracts, for what? Like, our student numbers have not gone up either way.
Yeah.
And more importantly, we literally had 2 sets of admins and teachers call out the BS in that.
Mhm.
We don't even know where the heck our money's coming from the grant, so the fact that we're willing to blow this money as a board shocks me.
Not me.
I understand that, but I was like, it really makes no sense to give that money. If the board agreed to it, we re-motion for this one, fine. But the content specifications align with our mission and vision, because we don't have to pay them for crap. We don't, and we don't have to pay them for the minute. If we're gonna advertise with fidelity.
So review the advertising contracts to ensure that they align with the,
Review all advertising contracts, and we
Yeah.
can't just
Yeah.
make it
No, it's all.
based on these two, all.
Sure. Review all advertising contracts to ensure content aligns with district mission and vision. So that we can present to them our expectations clearly content-wise, because they agreed to X amount of whatevers, whatever the crap the school bill is, whatever, if that's paid stuff, then we
Yeah.
need to reflect in what we're paying for. It makes no sense.
Well, and we're a school district, it's a legal requirement that all children have to be enrolled in school. I mean, like, why do we even need to advertise?
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
I feel like we should be talking about this because we're the
You know,
school district of
yeah.
the, I don't understand.
We've already voted this.
I know,
Let's,
I know.
Let's finish this resolution so we can go home, it's almost 12 o'clock.
All in favor?
Did you guys?
I'm sorry.
All in favor?
I'm
Wait,
sorry,
wait.
that's my fault.
Did you,
Sorry.
can you read it one more time, just because?
resolve that the
Yeah.
Board of Education will review all advertising contracts to ensure that they align with the district mission and vision.
Content aligns with district mission and vision.
To ensure that the content
Yeah.
aligns
Yep.
with the district mission and vision.
Mhm.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed, motion passes. Resolution number 10, meeting,
No.
oh, I'm sorry,
11.
audience participation.
Oh.
Do we have any?
Wait, aren't we doing state pick? Yeah, are we doing?
We tabled it.
Oh, we tabled
Yes.
it?
We have a couple, do we have any more?
I think it's Tony.
Comer left.
Oh, okay. I don't blame her.
All right, sorry to do this to you twice. So I had other things I was going to talk about, but this presentation, which I had heard inklings about, but I didn't get the full, I didn't understand the full extent of what we were discussing. So I wanna say something, and I heard Sal, President Adwan, no,
Yeah.
I heard you say something today that you blamed yourself.
I know, it's a time around.
Yeah.
I swear I'll try to be fast, that you blamed yourself, for not, kind of asking more questions. This is all we want you to do. We want you to ask questions, maybe not till midnight, but we want you to ask questions. Because when things go bad, they fall on the heads of the staff. We come here and we ask questions. When I see you, gain ice cream, we'll ask you questions. For 2 years, this is not personal, this is not a personal comment I'm about to make, but for 2 years, I watched this board not ask questions. And now we are here. Now, is it gonna devastate us? I don't know yet, I don't think so. They seemed pretty positive that we can bounce back from this. But keep asking the question, because I'm gonna keep asking questions. And it's never personal, but it will make people uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because that's what we have to do. We are charged with making sure our students, our kids, our babies
Are coming
have the
first.
best opportunities available, and that requires money, and that requires us asking questions that, that there's not funny business going on. Here, now, in the future.
Right.
So keep asking questions, because for 2 years, you didn't.
All right, thank you. So just for additional board discussions, I just wanted to say, as a board, we've talked and separately, and we promised to be more involved and more conscious of what's going on and ask more questions and demand answers, and I hope this is the situation moving forward for this board and any other board ahead, okay? Does anybody else have anything they would like to say? No? All right. Resolution number 10.
Motion.
Motion by Ms. Ayash.
No, second.
Second by Ms. Hall. Resolved that the regular board meeting be adjourned at 11:30 p.m. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
I think that this is not the longest board meeting I've been in. No. There was one when we were still doing the budget, we were in deficit, we were there for a minute.
This is the longest one